Hi, gang. Here we are. And tonight's show is about balance, right? And the balance I'm talking about, it's not so much like, walking on a tightrope, but that's what a lot of people do with their life. They put themselves on a tightrope. A lot of people build themselves into a corner because they want to achieve a certain way of being or a certain way of looking or a certain and these things are almost, and I want to be a millionaire and I want to have more money than, so I won't ever have to feel like I don't have enough money. Well, it's interesting. I have nothing, right? But I have me, and that me is in connection, is my higher self. That's the real me, not this mud puppet. Now we got, I kind of went way out of balance about 5 years ago, actually starting around 12 years ago. And I, gained a ridiculous amount of weight, like 200 pounds more than I am now, right? And I'm now about 220. Maybe I should be, my best weight was about 175. But, I keep losing a pound here and there. And that's how I kind of got to where I am now. I lost a lot of weight in the beginning. And then I just kept losing a pound or two every month. But I don't have to have abs. I don't have to, you know, my muscles, I'm one day I saw my podiatrist and my bone doctor, and I saw today my endocrinologist and my mouth doctor, my dentist, and they all say, for a guy who's as messed up as you are, you're in pretty good shape. Just keep what you're doing, and you're doing a great job, right? But there are folks who have a preconceived notion of what you're supposed to be as a healthy person. Well, when I was between the ages of 18 and 25, when I was an electrician in New York working for Grandpa Stoll and Mike Jr., and I was the outside guy. I mean, I didn't have a truck. I didn't, wasn't part of the union crew. And I would go fix things. So I had I had 2 bags of tools, each about 30 to 60 pounds, depending on what I put in them. And I would walk, because I used to walk 60 blocks, 100 blocks with my grandma every day. I would walk or take a subway or a bus, but I would, I didn't have a vehicle. And I would go and do my job. I would work, I'd go, okay, we're going to do this. It'd take 3 days. You got a closet around here. I find a place I can lock things in. But, I would mostly walk around with at least 100 pounds of tools all day long, and that got me in the most amazing shape, and I wasn't eating that much, and I was living with a woman who used to drink her urine and she was an adept of living the aesthetic life, and she was into Indian, um, you know, you know, the different types of blood types, the Pitta, the Kapha. She had a very esoteric training, and you know, we had shared. We met at in Putney, Vermont, at the our sensei's Hambu, and I lived a year, and she stayed my friend for a good 15 years. We were, we lived together for about a year, but our styles, certain parts got along, but the best part of us being together was there was this thing that we were as opposite as you could get, but we kind of balanced each other out. Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me.
And it was about balance. And that was one of the things I learned about relationships and balance. And there were a lot of things, right? There were things she liked to do in her house. She had a really great apartment, had a garden in the back, and she had a really nice old dog. And the dog hated everyone, but he liked me. So that's why she liked me. She basically, when we were hanging out at the Hambu, hey.
Chemicals right next to where I was sitting the whole fucking time. No wonder why I felt like I was going to get cancer and fucking die.
Who put that there?
I don't know.
You did.
You
did.
right next to the chemicals the whole fucking time.
Who put the chair there? You did. I put the chair way over there. And I didn't never touch that chemical. You know?
See, it feels better to sit. No wonder why I felt like I was getting cancer the whole fucking time I was talking to you.
Yeah, but you can't get cancer in 15 minutes, John. Yeah. Hey, Rev, how you doing, buddy? Yes, shoot.
The freaking group, Paul called me back. He's a very interesting guy.
Yeah.
He's very interested in the painting, and he wants to know if it's real. Obviously, you know.
Well, you have the provenance, right? You got all the signatures and everything, right?
Oh yeah, everything's there. But yeah, they're still asking. I said, look, just come and pick it up. Send a courier, bring it over to Texas, look it over, and see if it's what you want. This is where it gets interesting. They're celebrating their 50th anniversary as a company.
Oh.
His father taught the women Air Force service pilots how to fly, flew with the RAF during World War II. That is so cool.
Yeah.
The employees will be chipping in to buy a gift from Mr. Freakin, who's a billionaire, to buy anything on the planet.
Right.
It's going to be the painting. Should I say, look, I'm willing to accept whatever donations come in for the painting? Or should I set it for a price?
Well, this is what you do. you know, because when I had a practice, I never told people what they should paint me. I would have a little basket on the desk when they walked out the door. Just give what you want. And the folks would give way more than what I would charge, right? So there's that. What you might do is say, hey, this is kind of what I need, but I'm up for the donation. But before you say what you need, you say, like, come and get it, bring it back to Texas, go through that whole thing. And, I'll take, what you think it's worth. That's what not donation, but what you think it's worth.
That's the wisdom I needed from Alabama.
Right. What you think it's worth. And that puts them in a psychological point of view where, when am I going to give them 5 cents and that's all I'm worth? No, they're going to see this. They're going to see how it lights this guy's face up, and it's worth $1 million.
Well, I'll tell you, it'd be awful nice to get a house out of the painting.
You will visualize that, pray on it, and you will, not a problem. And again, pay me what you think it's worth. See, come get it, insure it. That's the only thing you should really get them to do physically, insure it. So if it gets broken or misplaced or whatever, you will be remunerated for what. The other thing you should do before they take it away, there must be, you're in San Francisco, it's got a lot of art galleries in it. Get somebody who puts value on art and get them saying, well, that's worth $50,000, or $10, or, what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Well, Bill insured her since
Right.
been dead for almost 6 years. So it's interesting. Stan Stokes, he's nationally known.
But you need to get somebody who has got the provenance to do that, and you get them to you get the guys who are going to take this picture to Texas to pay that person what it's worth, so they can insure it for what it's worth, and that will give them this ballpark idea of, okay, it's worth this. You don't say, I want this. You just have them do that, and then you tell them, pay me what you think it's worth.
Okay. Thank you, Al. It's very, very important. It's what I needed to hear. And he told me you'd get back in touch with me tomorrow. He was asking about the price, like an appraisal.
Right.
How to do that. And I just kind of gave like an arbitrary thing, like a psychological thing. I said, if Bill insured it for 50, and I put another price below that, because 50 people, 50 for a painting. Oh my God, that's an awful lot of money.
Not really.
not well to the right people.
Right.
Stan Stokes, with certain artists, is like, okay, some people consider him to be third tier.
Right.
He's done stuff in presidential libraries. He's very prolific. He's done a lot of stuff. I can see where he's from, what he's doing now, and he's quite good. But there are other guys who are much, much better.
Yeah,
Okay?
but every painting is special unto itself. And this is a painting of that guy's airplane. So this is, again, just get it appraised and insured, and let them take it to the party and say, after you see the guy's face light up, that's when you tell you say, okay, that's worth this. You know?
Well, since it has his painting, and the painting represents Bill's life because he selected the theme
Right.
to represent Eddie Simpson. And I shared the Eddie Simpson story. I said, look, if you want to know about Bill, it's about Eddie Simpson because of how he died. This was what Bill was all about, you know.
And again, Bill was what?
He was a fighter pilot during World War II with Bud Anderson. He was a dear friend of mine. He was a retired CPA. He's the guy who flew underneath the Eiffel Tower and shot that German down in 1944.
Right.
That was my friend Bill. That
And-
catapulted him to world fame.
Right.
Okay. And Bill was still just Bill.
Right.
I mean, he thought there was nothing special about him. I'm just a country boy.
And that's
from
why
Virginia.
that's why he was so successful, and that's why he was so special, because he didn't wear it on his sleeve,
Never.
right? And
He
that's,
wasn't a self-promoter, no.
you know, I'm doing a live chat, and tonight's live chat is about balance, right? And that's why Bill survived World War II as a fighter pilot who probably had, those guys had, a life expectancy of a couple of days, you know? And,
That's right.
And he survived the whole thing because he was in the moment.
He always was. You're absolutely right. He was always in the moment because all you had was today. Chances are he'd be dead tomorrow. They were all dead men anyway.
Right. And so after he survived it, he came out the other side and still lived his life that way. And that's why he was successful in everything else he did.
He was. I'll tell you, he was one of my dearest friends. I think about him every day.
And his friendship to you is one of the things that kept you alive.
It did.
Yeah. So.
With everything I had to go through, absolutely,
Right.
yeah.
Yep. So, and that's what I'm talking about, balance. So you as a chaplain in the military who saw Afghanistan and Iraq, how would you put balance? How would you put that in perspective?
Second to second, minute to minute, day to day. You have to have faith in your fellow man, and you have to love and care for others. Otherwise, you're not going to make it. It's all about others. And like with my soldiers, I cared more about them than I did about myself.
Right. And that's,
Bill said, you'd save someone's life one day, they'd save your life the next. These guys were closer than brothers. They could even tell who was flying just by the way they flew.
yeah, of course.
On the radio, they knew instantly who it was. I mean, these guys were so close, they were completely tuned into each other. Bill was always in the right place at the right time. Bud Anderson called him the dependable Virginian.
And that is the essence of balance.
Yeah, it is. It's constant.
Yep. Continuity, constance.
The thing that saved Bill, it was his pacifier, was his pipe. That's how he would break, I think, into a meditative state, was just pulling out that pipe, holding onto it for dear life, and just breathing in deep.
Right.
That's what kept him alive. And one of my friends in Afghanistan, we didn't start off as friends. He's a pretty rough guy, but after a while we saw eye to eye and got along really well. He was a captain named Bruce, really real tough guy. He always tell his soldiers, look, these guys out here want to kill you, with his M4 and his 9mm pistol strapped to his chest. Yeah, I remember those days. I gave him a pipe after that was all over for his curio cabinet. And I gave him a sterling silver set of combat action badge. And not just the cheap stuff you get at the store, but sterling silver. And the people who were very special to me, who experienced combat, they all got the sterling silver combat action badge. Pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. It shines up. It just radiates something. But Bill was special, and the painting, he said it got better every day. What do you think he meant by that?
Well, what the beauty of art is that it expresses a moment in time, right? And
Yeah.
every time you look at that moment in time on the painting, on the canvas, you see something different. Same moment in time, but you see a different thing. And that's the true sense of art. When art can represent a different thing every time you look at it, even though it's the same representation, that's art. Because it's bringing forth the artist in the moment rather than the art. A lot of artists would create the edifice of the artifice, meaning trying to do a replication of what it is. Whereas real art represents what it is in its own way, and every time you look at it, you see a different part of what is.
What was interesting with this, Bill selected the theme of the missing man formation. It was a very serious deal for him. He didn't just lightly do it. I mean, his face. I mean, there was a lot of thought and emotion that went into that. Okay. And when it came time to name the print, I'm looking at it, the Stokes Collection, their gallery store in Pacific Grove before they moved to the airport and then eventually closed up. They go, Jeff, what do we call it? And I said, well, this isn't what it's going to be called, but this is what it is. And they...
Whoops.
Zero 3 5 4 5 0 2 2 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Sorry, buddy, you dropped out there. Oh, there you are. You dropped out there.
Hey, still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yep.
When it was time to name the painting or the print series,
Yep.
they asked me, what should it be called? I said, well, this isn't what it's going to be called, but this is what it is. They go, what's that? You don't forget your friends.
Yeah.
And they go, we like that. And that became fallen comrades of the 367 fighter group.
Yep.
And unbeknownst to me, they listed every pilot who got killed during the war in that print. I didn't even ask for it. Wasn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Everybody was remembered because of Eddie Simpson.
Right.
And the casualties were very high.
Oh, like I said,
Like
their
80 men
life
on that
expectancy
press,
was days. The Air Corps in World War II lost more people per capita than any other arm of the military.
They sure did.
I mean, the Army had 3 million guys out there, and they lost a lot of guys. But the Air Force had like 200,000 or 300,000, and they lost half of them.
Yeah, they did. And we lost, 30,000 in the United States in training accidents.
Yeah, right. So it's
people are still missing from the war here.
Yep. I have a friend.
Oh, it's incredible.
He was a Navy fighter pilot in World War II. And, he went out there in the beginning and was in the, fight of the Coral Sea and Midway. And, they lost 2 aircraft carriers and half the airplanes, and he survived. And so they sent him back to train people, right? And he was coming in on a trainer, and he flipped the plane, and he was trying to flip himself out of the airplane because he'd rather roll a few times across the thing than be in a burning wreck. And the windscreen came over his hand and chopped both his hands off. And so he had no hands. But so, he healed from that. And they put, hooks on him, and he still flew airplanes as a trainer.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, he didn't give that up.
It's incredible.
Right.
It's incredible. Well, I read a book of the first American ace from World War II was an American who was in the Eagle Squadron. And it's a great story. And he had part of his foot blown away by a German cannon shell. Still flew for the Americans. Was in the Army, Air Corps, then the Air Force. Went through an awful lot. Went through Vietnam. He was passed over for promotion. Took an enlisted job. Was a warrant officer, and at the end they had to promote him, discharge him as a lieutenant colonel. It was just very strange how that worked out. But sometimes that's how it is with the military.
Uh-huh.
But in training, he mentioned all these men getting killed. And there was one man who got in this one aircraft, and the instructor said, "Go ahead and kill yourself." I mean, that's what the thoughts were at that time. And going from a training aircraft to a fighter aircraft, and then going into combat, it was hell. Obie O'Brien, who the Eddie Simpson story, I saw him at a wedding in Houston, Texas. He and his wife were wonderful. I was there for the wedding and had a chance to have brunch with them on the side. And I recognized him immediately. He's wearing the regimental striped tie from the 337 fighter group. First thing he said, Eddie Simpson was the most handsome man you'd ever meet. The Germans murdered him. And started crying. Toughest guy you could ever meet. I mean, this was a tough guy. Now, I mean, a real small guy, but I mean, tough. Very, very tough. And Bill, he never forgot Eddie Simpson. And that's why the painting was done. The first words of Bill's door to me were, "All I want is Eddie Simpson remembered." Well, that's what the painting's all about.
Right.
So the freaking group, I'm looking at Charleston. North of Charleston, there's a place called Somerville. It's a smaller place.
Mm-hmm.
The houses are very affordable. I mean, just incredibly priced. And
Well,
not
that's
like here when you can't
that's
afford to pay.
that's the dynamic of real estate. It's location and getting there at you buy low, sell high. And
Charleston low is very high, and they start going up, it goes down a little bit, and at a certain point, it's just right.
right. Well, just make sure you're above the floodplain. That's all.
Oh, yeah, the flood insurance. That's right.
Right. Just
Well, thanks, Joyce. Give me great advice. And, I'm so grateful for you, but I will connect with you, man. Can't hear what you think it's worth.
well, like I said, get it assessed, get it insured, tell them, pay me what you think it's worth after you give it to the guy and see the smile on his face. And he will.
Well, what's going to happen is the entire group is going to chip in for this gift.
Right. But they don't have to pay for it immediately. Like I said, you just let the whole group give him the gift and have them experience how much it means to him, and then they will be able to remunerate to you.
Well, this is my inheritance from Bill Overstreet.
Right.
And I wasn't in his will. He forgot about me. And then he tried to come back. And, it was just a very, very difficult thing.
Right.
I just kept my mouth closed. That's all I could do.
Right.
Just,
That's
he was in no condition.
And you're that kind of guy. So it always works out in the end, I always find that extra 20 in my car when I need some gas and have no money. It's like, I don't worry about it. People go, "How do you live the way you do? You have no money. You need to get a job, blah, 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 blah." And, it's like, no, my job is a different job.
Well, it is. Are you getting some support from your YouTube followers, your friends?
The YouTube guys, not so much. They at the beginning they would send me little gifts in the mail, but they kind of lost the drift on that, and they got their own lives, their own problems, their own issues. So I don't really make a big, a lot of people on the YouTube, they mention it 20 times a day. Like that button, give me this, give me that. Get more subscribers, blah blah blah. I don't really talk about it because I talk about the live chat and the meditation and the things we're going through. I don't really, and that's why I can always find that extra $20 in the cushions of my car.
from the universe.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's always, good. So, and I've learned when I had loads of money, I spent it, you know, and when I invested it, I spent that, and, but when I have no money, I just spend what I have, and my life is, as fruitful and I have all I need, right? So it's
What
not
I think is so interesting talking to you is how the school keeps inviting you back, even when it's not your property.
right.
I
Yeah.
mean, seriously, it's never rejected you. You always have a roof because of the intent poured into that building.
Yeah, and the other places I stay at too,
That's true. Well, John can't survive without you.
Well, I hope he can at some time. That's my wish. He's my friend. I want the best for him, and I'm here to be an example and to assist him. And what I get out of this is, they just don't put a guy in a jet fighter and say, "Go fly this." They put him in a simulator, right? And John is a great blessing because I experienced many emotions from John, and I have to navigate them, right? I can't react. I can't respond. I can't get upset. I just have to
Well,
do my best.
you are doing your best, and you are a true friend. I give thanks for you, Al. I really do. You've been a wonderful friend to me. Thank you.
Okay, buddy. So did you get the kid to sleep?
He's asleep. He fell asleep on the way here. This is not what I wanted. I get him here to play, and he falls asleep. He'll be asleep for 2 hours, and we play and go home. This is not how it's supposed to be. And at home, I tried to get him to take the nap, and he just wouldn't go. And what can you do?
Right.
I mean, he's just a little guy. You follow the kid.
Yep. My grandma used to make me walk from 2 on about 20 to 60 blocks from about 1 in the afternoon until we went home for, we go shopping, we go to museums, but she'd make me walk a lot, and boy, I would, before we got upstairs, I was asleep walking up the stairs, it's like.
She was a wise woman, and she knew you so well.
Yeah, that was my grandma. Okay, handsome.
She loved you.
Oh, yeah.
She loved you. And you take care, friend. Yeah. All the best, and thank you.
Okay, kiddo. I'll speak to you later in the week or next week.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks,
Okay.
Al.
Yep, bye-bye. So that's my buddy, Reverend. And like I said, he was officer, and this guy did a lot of stuff. He had been a, Green Beret type person, and then a higher officer, and then he became a chaplain, and he didn't want to kill people anymore. He wanted to save people. So he's a real hero type of guy. And what was really sad was that, so he was a chaplain that didn't, stay in the back office and eat roast beef. He was, because he knew it. He had been on the field, the battle. So he was out there with those guys, not in the MASH, but out in the field. And the upper officers, and he always represented them, went to the command and say, "Hey, you guys are sacrificing these soldiers for no real reason, So, you should do it this way or that way." And they, he constantly did that. And, he did not make friends in higher office. So they basically had him murdered, and he just wouldn't die. He was like me, he just wouldn't die. And so I met him at the library, and we were both wounded dudes. I was like just staying alive. This is when I had a walker and clamps on my legs, and I was not doing too good. And either was he. He was living in a box in the woods. He had no heat, no water, no nothing, because he was trying to get his disability, his severance pay, all the things that were owed to him from his service. And because of who he was and this guy had more medals than you could believe. And he knew all these great soldiers. And that was another thing that, the guys he was talking about were heroes from World War II. I mean, really, as they constantly say, the greatest generation. And these people didn't think about themselves. They thought about their brothers, and their sisters and their everybody else, all their relations. They really did do that. And they had esprit de corps. He tells stories of those. And I met some of those old guys before they kicked off. And I knew other soldiers of the same ilk from my father's days. And, they didn't go after people when they were, I mean, if a guy was, I knew a number of fighter pilots who never went after, they'd shoot a plane down and then the guy would bail out and they wouldn't go and strafe him and kill him when he was in his parachute. So anyway, we're talking about balance, and why we are here, and our lives aren't about ourselves. That's really what it's about, not about us. It's about all our relations, how we interface with each other. Okay, been talking here 31 minutes and 24 seconds.
Look, I've got the first tomato from that plant. Do you want half? It's very tiny, but it's a real red tomato. Do you want?
No. You have it, buddy.
You don't want to cut it in half. Look,
I'm good.
You want half of it?
Sure.
Okay, I'll show them. It's a teeny tiny little tomato. It's the first edible one from the plant that we made in the yard. So I'm just gonna give them half of it.
Okay. Boop, 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 boop.
Here.
Thanks, bud.
Here.
Just drop it in there.
Where?
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's a baby tomato.
Yeah, it's a baby tomato.
Baby tomato. Baby tomato.
What were you talking about? War or something?
Balance. My buddy who called me up, he's a true warrior. Was he ever? And he ended his military career as a chaplain.
Oh.
He was a Green Beret. He was all kinds of, killer guys.
Oh, that's terrible.
No.
I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Well, he chose to do it.
Mm.
He's a real patriot hero guy. I mean, he has more medals than you can shake a stick at. I mean, he wasn't drafted, he joined. So he had been part of the military before 9/11, and then he did a few years of that, and then they sent him off to school, and he decided he wanted to be a chaplain, so he was in chaplain school when 9/11 happened. And so he volunteered to go off to Afghanistan and Iraq, and he stayed there 6 years. He could have come back a lot of times, but he stayed there. And he's really a great guy.
Did
So,
you have to kill anyone?
well, when he was a soldier, yeah.
Man.
But when he was a chaplain, no. That's why he became a chaplain. He didn't want to kill. He wanted to save. So he was, and when he was a chaplain, he got blown up a number of times. He got lots of Purple Hearts. And so he served, he served his brothers and sisters. He served the people he served with. It was, his whole thing
My
wasn't,
dad got 2 Purple Hearts.
wasn't about him. It was about being together. And he also, learned Farsi, learned
Did he volunteer to go in there?
Yeah,
Or like he wanted to go in?
he went, he volunteered.
He wasn't a conscientious objector.
No.
He wasn't a conscientious
No,
objector.
He was a real live, kick-ass, badass soldier. And then he came, he came
And
back.
he killed people.
I don't know if he killed people. He doesn't talk about that, but he was a real live badass. He was trained to kill
What
people.
do you think the Bible thinks about them killing in the military? Is that different from thou shalt not kill?
No, the bottom line about all of that is all of those books are propaganda. They say, don't kill anybody, don't kill me, but kill our enemy. They're the other. Nobody should. So I was, so I took a oath never to take a life, period. When I was with my sensei, He was, he was a what do they call those guys who wear black and, or assassins in Japan? In Japan. What do they call those guys?
Ninja?
Samurai. Yeah, ninja. He was a ninja. So he could kill you 20 million different ways. And when he became a monk, he took a vow not to hurt anybody, though he was trained to take people apart.
So you got him on your video.
Who?
The guy that was on the phone.
No.
You did an interview with him.
Well, I mean, on this video, yeah. Yep. And so Bill Overstreet was a World War II ace, and his unit was the highest commendated fighter group during all World War II. And all these guys were frigging amazing. And Bill Overstreet was a guy who, he was very unassuming. I mean, he didn't tell you all the amazing things he did, It wasn't about him. He never talked about himself. He was always helping other people. He didn't have to, but he did. Because that's what life is about, And so through it, he met a really great woman. He was married to her for almost 60 years, After the war, he had a pretty successful business. And he kept his friends. So, and that's what balance is about, gang. It's about, so no one's chatted yet. So there's two of you there, and it's 37 minutes. So what do you guys think of balance? What do you think the meaning to life is? Why are you here? What do you want out of life? What's it about? So, whoops, let's see, turn this guy off. Come on, folks, it's 8:57. I started around 8:10. I'll go another 10 minutes, maybe. Oh, hey, Rab. Evening. Yep. So, have you been listening to the chat? Did you hear my friend, Reverend? He's a Army chaplain, and he spent 6 years in Afghanistan and Iraq. And he was out in the field rather than in the back, right? And he was a soldier before he became a chaplain. And he's quite an interesting guy. And he's like me. He died many times, and it just keeps on ticking. And now he's, so I'm pushing 70. He's like 63. And I've known him since he was like 57. And when we were met, we were both messed up. Meaning he had, basically the Army just wanted him to die. So they sent him to all the places where his, he was blown up. And they kind of pasted him back together, and then they sent him off to the hospitals where they thought he would die, but he didn't. And so we met at the library, and we became buds. And I had my circle of all these guys, very interesting guys. There was a guy who was a spy. He was an NSA guy. He was English. He was like James Bond. And his wife, she was also English, and you could tell that she was like that, the babe in From Russia with Love, And well, you can go back and watch it. That's the beauty of the YouTube. You can always go back and watch it. And so in the circle, there was Rev, and there was Mel, and there was a doctor who was black, who was a ultra conservative, a neo-conservative. And, he loves Ronald Reagan, and he loves, Donnie Trump. And he, he's pretty well educated, and his parents were, high school teachers, and he got to go to a private prep school, and then to a very prestigious college, and then a prestigious, um, medical school. And then he became a cardiologist, and then, a radiologist, and he did very well for himself. And he retired early, like in his 50s, and he has a lot of money, and he invested in the stock market, and that's how I met him. He was at the library playing the Russian roulette on the stock market on the computer, and my little rap at the library was, the librarian would always tell me, "Well, you want to know anything? Go talk to Al." Right, and she set this circle of very comfy lounge chairs where I would, hold court. And so he came and tried to, ask me questions to see if he could trip me up. And he would ask me stuff, and if I knew anything about it, I'd tell him in my griot fashion. And if I didn't know, I would say, I don't know. And it really frustrated him because no matter what he tried to like catch me at, he could never do it. And then when I would tell him stuff that he thought was wrong, and I said, well, go, take your expensive smartphone and Google it. And he would always find that I was right. And he'd be like, eh. And then he got more and more aggressive about it until it got funny. And then he was at least could laugh about it. And then we became buddies. And I had a lot of similar, meaning I totally, I confound people because I don't have any beliefs. I'm not a liberal, I'm not a this, I'm not a that. I don't even, I tell stories. I don't say, well, this is what it is because I know. No, I don't know anything. That's my number one, thing. I said, I don't know nothing. So I do my best. And so, and there was a software guy, and who else? There were a couple other guys there was a guy who worked at the Central Bank of the United States. He had no idea what it was. He had worked there for 40 years and had no idea that the central bank was a private corporation. And he was pretty high. He was, one of the bean counters. And he didn't realize that the Federal Reserve was a private corporation. I said, what is that? You worked there 40 years, you didn't know it was a private corporation? No, I thought it was, federal government. I said, here's, because he was always on the computer playing games, and then he'd fall asleep at the computer. Anyway, so I was sitting next to him writing my novels, and so we were talking one day, and when he said he worked for the Federal Reserve, and I said, did you know this? Do you know that? No. So I had him look it up and he was reading it. He was like, I can't believe it. I worked these guys 40 years, and this is what they did. I said, yep. And that's most people. They have a job, they have a career, they have a life, and they're unconscious. He was a really sweet guy. Smart guy, too. He was really good with numbers. And there was another guy who was a physicist. Now, that guy was pretty sharp. And there was a minister, too. And he was retired, and what he liked was he no longer had to pretend. And he had some real issues with God. And that's what kind of stuff we talked about, And so for 4 years, virtually every day I'd go there because it was warm. The head librarian, the lady who ran it, was very sympathetic to us old guys, because half of them were like me. I had no other place to go during the day, and she didn't want us to freeze to death. So they would open at 9 and close at 9. I would leave at 4, but it was, a very nice. And even though there were some like confrontive things, and I was, the guy in the hedgerow longhouse. There's the vibe watcher. I made sure that nobody got too upset with each other, and they really didn't. A couple of them thought they were top of the heap, but the NSA guy, he was the most interesting because he never let anything slip. And one day I said, oh, let me look at your palm. And I did a cold reading of him about everything because he never told anybody he was in the NSA or he was because he was in a lot of things. And I kind of went through his curriculum vitae. And he was like blown apart. He goes, "You're one of those people." I said, "What people?" He goes, "You can do remote viewing. You just remote viewed me. You just went and look at at different points in time for my whole life." So yeah, that's kind of what I did. And he goes, "Wow." And then we became more, that's, because I saw everything he did. He and I would have these little talks when he noticed that nobody else was sitting there. And he was quite the interesting guy. If you've ever read the book, the autobiography of an economic hitman, he was that, but he was more of a hitman. And so we had some very interesting conversations. And I remember one time I said, "So listen, here you are retired, and how come you still are on the clock for those guys?" And he was like, "Whoa." And I said, "Well, I can just see it in your energetics." And he said, "Well, I'm very good at what I do, and I'm an analyst now. And so all I do is she goes, you're just like you read books, you write things, that's kind of what I do. But, you are more, and I looked you up. Well, you have a pedigree, boy. You worked for a lot of folk." And he said, "But unlike me, you never signed on board." And he goes, "That's why you're a homeless, poor guy. They give me $100,000 a year for not doing anything because I said, I feel about that. I just have to live with it and do the best I can day after day. So I don't, do anything really bad. And I try to do some good things. And so I try to do better, And I said, well, good. That's all you can do. And so that was the library, and that was kind of fun. And that's where I met Rev, and he moved on. When he was in country, that's still kind of Southeast Asia on this side, and he would go to Korea because he served in Korea, not during the Korean War, but he was there for things they did when he was a soldier. And the United States is always at war. We have been at war since the War of 1812. You can go back to Christopher Columbus. We've been killing people since day one. And so and we still do it. And we have these wars going on all over the place. We have over 900 bases around the world. Russia has 2, China has 0, I mean, they're in the South, Central Sea right on their front door, and they're taking over these little islands from Vietnam and the Philippines because they want to put, and they put, made the islands bigger and put landing fields on them and places where boats can hang out and be refueled because that's their neck of the woods. Look what we had what's that thing where we took basically Central and South America, the Monroe Doctrine. This is ours. We can do whatever we want. And why are all those people coming up to the south border there is because we have so screwed up those countries, Nicaragua, El Salvador, all of those countries in Central and South America, we have screwed. Chile, Argentina, Venezuela. These are all places that we have screwed with, and we're still screwing, right? And we have so disrupted everything about everything in those countries that they, the people, can't, they don't want to die. They don't want their children to die, so they head for America. And so the cause of all those people on our border, they're not bad hombres. It's that we caused war in their country for the last 70 years, right? We caused, Syria to blow up. We did that, All the people who were on the street, they were agitators that the CIA put there. The guy in Venezuela, who we want in, he came and was educated in America, served for the CIA. It's like you don't have to look very far. You can see it right there. There is a great radio show called Alternative Radio, and you go on their website, alternativeradio.org, and all of their radio, they've been doing it for 40 years. They got so many amazing interviews. And they had this interview with this guy who's a colonel, and he was the, brains behind all of the, disruptions. He was in on, us overthrowing the duly elected government in Iran, which the Iranians are still pissed about. He was involved with the throwing out of the duly elected government in Italy, and that's why Italy is a basket case. He was involved in hundreds of things of that nature. And when he retired, he said, okay, I'm retired now. You had me under lock and key for 40 years, and now I'm going to blow the whistle on everything. And he's written a bunch of really great books. And he gives a great lecture, and he teaches, I think, at the War College, and I also think he teaches at Harvard, and he also teaches at Georgetown. All three colleges, some of my favorite places to hang out in. And you should hear him because he was right there. He knows, he's not making it up like your griot here does. Like I keep saying, remember, kids, don't believe anything I say. It's check it all out. Go read Howard Zins, right? Go read a guy named Paul Street. Go read Chris Hedgens, right? These are all people. Go look at Jimmy Dore on YouTube. These are all, you need to do your own homework. Anyway, so balance, gang. Let's talk about balance. It's 52 minutes and 25 seconds. I love it when that happens. What do you think balance is? Rab, are you still with us? Can you give an insight on that moment to moment? It's down to one folk. A lot when you talk to people and you try to get them close to the important things that make their life work or not work, that's when people will kill you if you try to disrupt their misery because they're comfy with their misery, right? Misery likes company, right? And so, but if you try to get them to step up to be their higher self, unless they are in that flow of love's co-creation, they'll freaking kill you, man. Now, that's why I can dance pretty good because that's part of my, especially when I was younger, that was part of my meat and potatoes was, as a, negotiator, I would kind of get people uncomfortable. Now, well, that is the essence, Rab. Knowing that you're trying to learn, right? Realizing that, so many people are so unconscious. With that statement, Rab, I'm trying to learn, that means you realize there's something to learn. And it's good that you're quiet, Rab. When I was younger, before I became a griot, I was a listener. That's why I know all these stories. I listened to them. And I was always the kid. Not that I wanted to be the youngest, but I always hung out with older people. People were, most of the people I hung out between age, come on. My grandma was a good 40 years older than older, maybe 50 years when I was born. So, she was a major person and all her friends were her age. So those people I hung around with when she was taking care of me. Now, I did get to have a few friends my age when, I had my crew, but, I left my grandma's side at 7. So, you're mostly by your grandma's side, right? And that's where she wanted me. In those 7 years, she wanted me to be with her so she could have an effect on me. So that's what she did. And so I listened to everything she said. I didn't talk much. Let's have a question. She said, you can always ask a question. So, I mean, that's why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. So up until I was 25, I pretty much just listened, especially having Grandpa Stahl as my mentor. And I had about 4 other, I had Billy Kluver and George Christie, and these guys did amazing things, Billy Kluver discovered the background radiation of the universe. He curated and brought modern art to America and put it on in the Armory show, which that building, the Armory came down and they put up the Museum of Modern Art, right? So I was the kid until I was like 27, because then, I didn't have as many, old people around me. I had, and I did not, I want to, yo,
I'm a commercial
you're a commercial for what?
for the free thing that you're doing.
What free thing?
That you're staying in this house for free, so I'm the commercials that come along with it.
Okay. What are you advertising?
I'm advertising John Birmingham as an actor who is able to get into flawless physical shape and break world records for physical fitness.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
Anyway, 57 minutes and 16 seconds, and there's 3 of you
and
there.
You're the guy who's taking up 2,400 square feet of space in my house and not paying any rent.
Well, there are other things I do, John. Did you like dinner tonight? You like those mushrooms?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good.
How about lunch?
Yeah, you made me like 2 meals.
Right. Yep. And how about that omelet that you were?
2 or 3 meals.
Yeah. A day.
Well, for the past day or 2.
Well, pretty much every day that I got here Saturday. So I've been doing a meal, 2 or 3 meals a day since Saturday.
I've eaten 3 meals, I believe.
Yep. At least.
I don't know what the big deal about it is. You have to stay here for free for 4 days.
Yep.
And you have 2,400 square feet of stuff stored here in every corner. This random stuff.
Yep. Random stuff. Out of sight, out of mind. Though, I mean, I spent a good few hours clearing different rooms to be.
I'm gonna get all the stuff out of here so I can make use of the house.
Yep.
And finish working on it.
Yep.
And have a home that I can have my children.
Yep. Exactly. That's a great idea.
I don't think that you should have all this storage space of this random stuff with my stuff pushed into.
Well, John, I will get. I will move as much. I will get rid of it before I leave. At the end of.
How could you possibly physically get rid of all this stuff?
I already took a good deal of it away, John. So it's just as physically capable of all the. I took. God.
I can barely stand to look at these pictures of it. I took pictures of all of it.
Right. He had because
You're
so
taking up 2 whole good bedrooms. You're taking up 2 whole half baths. They're all clean and just have some simple some plumbing to do.
Yeah, they don't work.
Yeah,
they have to rebuild the whole
baths
thing. Right.
With storage.
Right.
2 whole good bedrooms that are good right now for someone to live in.
Well, that one bedroom right there doesn't have much of my stuff left in it, John.
And you're taking up an 1,800 square foot storage building.
Oh, I'm an evil person. I'm really terrible. Oh, I'm just such a selfish, terrible person.
and I don't get any rent money.
Nothing.
And it's not like you're like somebody I'm in love with that's a woman or something like that.
But I am someone you talk to all the time that actually listens.
I can
That
get
listens
that from a
to you.
girlfriend that I love. I mean, like that's Danica.
Yeah. Well, why isn't Danica here? Or why? The real question is, why aren't you in Texas with her? Because if the most important thing to you is your family, why aren't you
It's
with
not
them?
the most easy place for me to live.
But you say your family is the most important thing to you, right?
Yes.
So that means it's more important than your uncomfortableness of being in Texas. Or is your comfort more important than
It's not just comfort. It's more difficult than that.
what is it?
It's like doing nothing enjoyable for myself other than having to be around my ex-father-in-law every time I want to enjoy being with my own children.
Well, you have a divorce um, agreement where they're supposed to spend half the time. How come they're not with you half the
She
time?
hasn't let them back because she doesn't like to travel, and she tries to make an excuse and she caused me to be very depressed by literally taking my children away 1,000 miles for so long, which caused me to go to a psychiatrist. So she had an excuse that there was something wrong with me. So that was why she had the right to not let them come here and visit.
But that hasn't
But we
been
haven't gone to court or
right. It
anything
hasn't been
because
litigated. When you went to court, you have a document that states that you
we
have
sent it
the
off to a judge. We mutually agreed on everything and just sent it
right.
off to a
And
judge.
one of those things that you mutually agreed on was that your boys could spend, half the year with you.
Yeah, but she wouldn't let him.
So she breaks the law.
But it's more complicated than that.
So you feel really bad about that. So since I'm the only person who listens to you and I'm right here, you can.
There are plenty of people at this stage in life that would listen to me just as much.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it might be kind of annoying, but I did that with Danica all the time when I was with her. I talked about my problems, how we're going to get success in entertainment. I had someone I could share that stuff with.
Huh? Mm-hmm.
We were on the same page.
Well, somewhere you got off the page.
I guess it was from having to work with my mom as a real estate agent.
Or maybe
Instead of doing
maybe
my-
how you treated
instead of
Danica.
staying in California. The real thing that caused the frustration was having to come back to a random town, my hometown,
Not-
and
So it's not a random town; it's your hometown.
work a regular job instead of right when I got out of school pursuing my career. Instead, I got out of grad school and came back to my hometown to start a family and had to work some horrible job, like as if all my 10
So why didn't you
20
stay in
years of
LA
work-
and become a movie star?
It was a little more complicated than that. I didn't have enough money to have a comfortable place there. We were right next to the freeway.
Well, you get a job at McDonald's while you're trying to be an actor. That's what most actors end up doing, being waiters or carpenters. Before who's the guy who played Han Solo?
Not Han Solo's probably from a rich Jewish family.
No, he was no. Sorry, he's not. He was working as a carpenter, and that's how he got the job. He built a closet for Spielberg's.
Everyone's heard that if they looked him up enough.
Yeah, well, that's what he was, a carpenter. And what's his name, who did Star Wars, Lucas, when he did, what was the movie he did about the 50s?
American Graffiti.
Yes, so he did American Graffiti, and that's where, what's his name, had his...
he had already had a role, a pretty good supporting role in a theater movie in probably his 20s or early 30s or 20s. Who cares?
Well, we're talking about your career, and that your career has a parallel to these people.
It's been on hold to get my family back and to work on this house and make it presentable to have my children live here.
Well, John,
And it's not the most important thing being some actor. I look at them and they just look evil. Like a lot of the.
but John, if you really
stuff,
wanted your family back, you would go to Texas
the old stuff
and
looks
show
good too.
Danica your commitment to being with them, and you would get a job that you didn't like, and you would live uncomfortably, and then she would say, okay, John really is serious about getting back with us, so okay, he can move in the house, right? That's how it would
I
work.
think you're just saying that because you want to be able to stay back here and not have me to tell you what to do in my own house and do whatever you feel like back at my house.
No, John,
That's
you can
awesome.
you can rent your house out to somebody, and I'll go someplace else.
Well, how would you pay your bills?
I've been doing it so far. You threw me out 26 different times, and a number of those times I got places to live in. Each one of them, I got a place to live in, and I was roommates to lots of people, and I was able to pay my bills.
Well, I haven't thrown you out for more than a year.
Yes, this is true. But in that year, let's say a year from today, I've really only been here half of that time, because last summer I was out in the deep
I'm
green.
gonna go. You just want the spotlight in your channel. You don't like it when I'm talking.
No, you can sit right next to me and talk.
Sometimes you don't like it when I'm talking in your video.
No, fine, John. We were having a conversation here. What we were having was a conversation, meaning I'm actually listening to what you're saying and I'm responding to what you're saying, so you can have feedback and get a perspective and maybe get some balance so you can be happy. And that's what I'm here really to do, is to help you, to be there for you, to be that person that can give you a perspective that's not prejudice. That, I'm not perfect, but I can try and give you a perspective that might assist you to actually be what you want to be, actually get what you want to get. Because when I leave, you send me voluminous text messages of how miserable you are, and beg me to come back. Anyway, that was just a commercial interruption there. Balance, that was a commercial for balance right there. So we're here at 1 hour and 8 minutes. Well, not here, because we're on the side of a mountain, a lot of trees, so not very much light. Not any flat places to grow anything. But in the deep green, actually, when I was here on death's door and I had no real money and we had this gigantic snowstorm, there are tons of mushrooms here, and there's tons of greens that you can go around with your little basket and scissor and clip. And when I had no real money, when I was really sick and I couldn't even get out of here, that's what I used to eat. I ate onions, oatmeal, and the stuff I found in the woods. Now in the deep green, the trees that are growing in the deep green are, what do they call those things? Poplars. And they're like weeds of trees. They grow wing. Yeah. So, 40 years ago, maybe, the area that I am, the forest that I am, used to be farmland. And there used to be, I can find foundations of old farms. And like around me, there are a ton of berries. Every kind of berry you can think of. And so I have berries, right? And there's a ton of greens that I just go around my little basket and scissors and clip. And there are other medicinal plants, and there's mushrooms. So, you know, that's kind of how I feed myself. Like I've been away from the school here for a month, and that's been my what I was eating there because I have very little finances, right? And what little finances I had when I showed up here, I've been spending on buying us food, right? Us, not me, us. Because John needs to eat healthy meals. He wants to eat, vegan, so I do. And, you know, uh, so I spent my last $50, which I, took apart my car looking for. And I bought, bananas and oranges and onions and sweet potatoes and they have these really nice flavored sour creams that were on sale. Normally they're $3. They were $1, so I bought 3 different flavors. And this is what a balanced life is about. It's not worrying about anything. It's about moving forward and doing the best you can. That's what it's about. And John feels guilty, because he's really cruel and mean to me. Just like you kind of saw right there. You're taking up this, you're doing that. And really, and why it's spread out all over the place is that I have stuff here, but I put him in places where nobody can use the space, so he can, he's talking, I want to have the boys, he's had 3 years to have his boys here. And for a year and a half, they lived right in this town. He could have had them here. Never did it. So he feels guilty about all this stuff. And so I'm the one person he can take it out on. Because I'm here. And instead of getting angry, I can get frustrated. When he, when you hear, he gets into this accusatory motif. And it's just, it's sad because it's himself. I'm the only guy who's his friend, a real friend, who cares about him, who wants to see the best for him. I want him to be happy. Because he is a good guy. He's not a bad guy. He's not even a selfish guy. He's just out of balance. And he can't right himself. And his whole life, he was out of balance. And because he's a Libra, and very difficult for Libras. They can easily get out of balance. And they really, of all the astrological signs, they have to be awake. They have to be aware. They have to realize what's going on. And then they can be balanced. And then once they're balanced, man, Libras are unstoppable. And John can be unstoppable. I've seen him do some pretty amazing things. And he's got a lot of talent. He could do whatever he wants to. Like I said, he's got a bachelor's degree in art and a master's in film art. He could teach in any of these colleges around here. But he can't even go for an interview, He could easily get a lot of different jobs. And he could get jobs that he could do a lot of good. He could easily, they're always looking for teachers in the public school system here. And they pay pretty good, about $40,000 a year. That's what his parents did, and they used that money to buy buildings and start their little empire, He could, and he has great talents. He has great opportunities, and when you squander things like that, he's, not getting any younger. He can't be the kid anymore, Well, I was never the kid. They called me the kid, but I was never the kid. It was more like Sundance, And the thing is that I was never self-conscious, I was always more interested in what these old guys were telling me. I was always interested in learning stuff. My biggest jazz is to learn stuff. I mean, why I spent 30 years as a scholar in universities for the corporate world, more or less, it's because I got access to things I wanted to know about, you know? And I would write stuff about it, and I would write it for them, not so much to be published, because to be published in the stuff I was working on, you'd have to be a scholastic. You had to play the game, and I never did, you know? And so, as my brother would say, you made your choices, and he was right. I had an amazing life, and still have an amazing life, And I'm really thankful for John's for John, right? And like I don't give up on my friends. Oh well, have you ever looked at the Indian Vegas? Their medical point of view, and they basically say that there are these like 6 different types of blood. There's the Pitta, Kapha, and I forget the others, but and some people shouldn't eat meat, and others need to eat meat. And their little system is quite interesting, and like every culture has an interesting system about everything: theology, medicine, physics, you name it, they got it, and they're all very similar. They're all because there's more similarities because we're all human beings. So, I'm an Aquarian, so I'm a guy who needs to understand. So I need to understand, if I'm going to eat something, what it is, right? So I've tried all these different things, right? I was a macrobiotic guy. I was a vegan guy. I was a vegetarian guy. I have no real need. One of the other things about Aquarians, we have no real needs, right? Except to understand. And so I don't really, get into stuff. I don't get, drugs, booze, food. Now I like everything. That's another thing. Aquarians like everything. So, I like a good meal, and I learned how to cook from my grandma and other people. So I cook very well. But I don't, eat, you know, truckloads. I eat, I can be satiated, by the food being good and tasty, it makes you satiated, so you don't want to eat more. The fact I have no teeth would make eating meat a little tough. And basically, I just stick stuff in my mouth and just, suck on it until it breaks up. And in actuality, that's the best for your digestive system because your mouth feeds all these enzymes into the food and it breaks it down before it even goes down your throat. When you got teeth, you just and big chunks go flying down your throat. Um, so I've always enjoyed. I've traveled around a lot, so I've enjoyed lots of people's. When I lived in North Africa, I loved North African food. Right? When I lived in Asia, I loved Asian food. Germany, Germany's not really well known for its food, but they got some, schnitzels, pretty good stuff, and they're great bakers. And they're great, every kind of brat you can think of. You can't, in Oktoberfest, they have all these brats, but it's not just the brat, it's the bread that it's put in, really great bread. And then all the sauces, the mustards and the relishes and all the things they put on it. Those brats and bread and relishes are really pretty amazing. So they got their own thing going. And I lived in France and even Ireland. That's not really well known. They do the best job on potatoes. So, and I loved living in London because it was like being in New York. It was unbelievably cosmopolitan. So many different cultures there. Really great. I really loved it. And you really learn about racism because, the white elite still run the place, the city of London. And so when I was there in the 70s and 80s, even though it's extraordinarily, diverse in culture, it's extraordinarily racist. And that's one of the better things that Donald Trump is showing us. He is the mirror of imbalance of American culture. I mean, everything he's saying is not new. It's not like he's a racist guy. He's just reflecting, that 38% of the people of America who are, straight up racist. But being racist doesn't mean you're evil. It means you're ignorant of the facts, right? So around here in Roanoke, back, in the early O's, when W was president and the Tea Party started, and this town was one of the places Tea Party started. And it was started by operatives, I saw these guys hanging out on the streets, the major intersections, and it was after the Tea Party got their ideas from the Occupy movement, right? The Occupy movement was the neo-left, the Tea Party neo-right. And anyway, I was part of both of them because I could see them, notice them. Oh, look at this. Let me go check it out. So when they started doing it, they used to have these meetings at the Holiday Inn near the Tanglewood Mall. And I would go, right? And somebody had the money to, pay the $200 to have these meetings at the Holiday Inn, meeting room. And it was one of their bigger, it could fit 300 people in there. And normally when it started, it was maybe 20. But it grew and it grew. And the two guys who were running it were operatives. After about the third time I went, after scoping them out, seeing what they were doing, I said, "So you guys are operatives?" And they kind of looked at me like, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah, you're hired guns. You're starting this Tea Party thing. It's not something organic growing out of this. The people who come to these meetings are just, the shaft, and you're building a movement, So who do you work for? Do you work for the hidden hand or the powers that shouldn't be?" And they went, "Huh?" Anyway, by the third time, they would go, "You should work for us. You're a smart guy." I said, "Well, I got other things to do. You couldn't really pay me what I'm worth, but I'll still hang out with you because I like you guys, and I'm interested in about this thing called the Tea Party and what its real modus operandi is, what's really going on here." And well, what happened to my teeth is, so I have diabetes, neuropathy, aplastic anemia, a whole bunch of other fun things that my mom had. And she had cottage cheese teeth. I did too. And when I had money, I had a really good dental surgeon and a really good dentist who would just patch things up, right? I never, the guy, my expensive dental surgeon, he was Dr. Kevorkian. He was the Kevorkian who killed people, his nephew. And if you had more than 3 people teeth extracted, he give you a T-shirt that said, "I survived Dr. Kevorkian." He always wanted me to spend $40,000 and get these implants. I said, "I don't have that kind of, I got some money, but not that kind of money. To just drop 20 grand on you, no." Anyway, and then another 20 grand when it's all said and done. No, we'll just kind of patch these things. So, A, I had really bad teeth to begin with. B, I was just patching them. C, when I was at Chapel Hill on a project, I was there long enough where I was able to get medical, right? And they just gave it to me. I didn't pay for it. And the guy said, "Oh, this medical, we have a dentist here that will work on you." And I said, "Okay, that sounds cool." And then I got a really bad toothache. And I went in and I said, "Okay, so, give me an appointment." And I showed up and they put me in this dental room. And I hear this kid screaming in the next dental room. And then all quiet. And then the door opens and a guy walks in a clown outfit, top to bottom. This baggy kind of orange thing with stars, clown face, red nose, orange hair. And he's a dentist. And he was a children's dentist, and he was more of a sadist than. Did you guys ever see the movie Shop of Horrors, and what's his name? Steve Martin played the sadist dentist. Anyway, that was my dentist, but he was worse. He was in a clown outfit. I should have gotten up and went because, oh, well, we're going to put a bunch of bridges in here, right? So he cut my teeth in half and stuck these bridges on, good portion of my teeth. They look great. But the problem with caps and bridges is that they weaken the tooth strength. And they have a limited time, they last about 20 years. So I got that done to me when I was in my 30s. By the time I got to my 50s, my teeth were really starting to fall apart. And I would have done better if I hadn't done anything to them. So all of that brought me to the point when, I lost all my, to get any kind of real physical, medical assistance, I had to have nothing. I mean, I have nothing, right? That's why I'm here with John, I can stay here. And, John took all these pictures so he could use it as evidential evidence of I'm getting over on him somehow. But then, he screamed and yelled and felt bad about it and then said, oh, well, we'll make a deal. You can put all your stuff here. And I said, okay. And that's kind of what I've been doing, just moving it around, keeping it out of his way so he can do what he wants, right? But he, the one bedroom that's so full of stuff, it's like his. Here, let's take a little tour since Johnny Boy, had to document everything. Ooh. Ooh. Let's see if I can get up. Oh, yes, here we go. And that's the other thing. I needed to get up and move around. I can't stay. I was seated now for an hour and 27 minutes. That's way more time, So, so let's see. So what's here, There's all this wood John put here. And, and all of the furniture was in here. Like the couch was here, and his stair stepper was here, right here. And let's turn some lights on. And so this is John's painting of the floor, which is pretty amazing. And so here's the one room that I have all my stuff in, but it's not. It's John's, pinball machine and his cat stuff, and that's his other stuff. And over there is his table. That's mine, but I gave it to him, so it's actually his. And that little garbage thing that has kind of stuff in it, But, here's, this is all of John's stuff. But it's my fault that he can't use this room. Now, this room here, it's another bedroom that is stuffed full of John's stuff. None of this is mine. And this is kind of how John has kept the place, And again, as Leconte would say, when you blame somebody for something, you're really talking about yourself, right? And so here is this bathroom, but it doesn't work. Hasn't worked in 30 years. And when George built it, so there's a couple of boxes of books, and here's some videotapes from years ago. And that's all I got in there, and some of my photo prints, right? But that's not like it took me 3 minutes to move it in there, and it would take me 3 minutes to move it out, So, and he went around and took all these pictures. See, it's evidence that you're taking 2,400 square feet, really. So, there's that little bathroom, that little space in there, right? Okay, and there's another bedroom, and this is all of John's stuff, none of mine, all of John's, right? Now here's the bedroom that my little monk's cell that I'm in, right? It's where I sleep. Now that window is great. The sun comes up and it lights the whole forest in front of me. That's what I wake up to. And this little bathroom. So, right? So this little bathroom, the other one the same size, and basically this. It doesn't quite add up to 2,400 square feet. This whole house isn't even 2,400 square feet. And, when I got here, you couldn't even get around this room. Right? So I moved things around so you could, And see this little piece of paint kind of chipped up. And, it's like I should get life imprisonment for that one. And this whole bathroom was like just full of, you couldn't even get in here. And I moved it around so you could get in, and then this other person came in who's a real whirlwind of cleaning, came in and cleaned it. So, John has a beautiful house, and I did, I kind of put in the lighting and fix things for him. This whole ceiling up here, I kind of helped, motivated the sheetrocking. This wall, I sheetrocked. This up here, I taped it, I mudded it, painted it. And I started, John, to move forward to finish it up, And that right there is, the motive, the real construction, one of the biggest issues of it is getting started. And I'm really good at motivating and getting people started. Now, John understands this and he appreciates it, but then he doesn't. And again, we get back to the balance. I mean, when he's here, he's like, wow, you're really important to me. I hate you. I hate you taking advantage of me. You got to get out. He threw me out 26 times in the middle of winter. So I took what little money I had and I bought, fruit, bananas, oranges, and he's already eaten. Now he said he hated these oranges, but he's already eaten half of them, right? And he will eat all of them, and that's the other thing. He will eat everything, Some things I have to hide because he just doesn't think, He has no, he has a guilty mind, but in that moment, he's not aware. He's not awake. Again, it goes back to Buddha's story of, the traveler was, walking by him and sees Buddha and it's like, whoa, that's amazing. Are you God? And Buddha says, no. Well, what are you? And Buddha replies, I'm awake. So, yeah, this place is beyond rustic. This was made by 2 European artists. This is like art. And this isn't something, if you need something new and shiny like that, this ain't that place. This place has what is known as soul, and so if you are a person that is totally materialistic and the only thing that's important to you is that you have the newest this and the shiniest of that, and you need, all stainless steel appliances, So John, I see that little stove. I found that on the big white one didn't work. I tried to fix it, and you can't get any of the parts because it was made in 1940 something, and pretty mice have eaten all the wires, and anyway, and it's built in such a way it's not easy to fix. Whereas that thing, somebody threw that out, And I stopped. I looked at it. I took out my little tape measure and said, I think this is going to fit in my car. I put up the hatch, right, and it slid right in, with that much on either side. And that was like, okay, I meant to have this as my stove. And I brought it, and it had the plug on it, the cord on it. And stove plugs can be really different. And the ancient plug that this white thing was plugged into, this newer thing, this is like a 1970s stove, it had the same plug. I just plugged, I kind of carried it in, put it there, and I said, my God, this thing, I plugged it in, hit the circuit breaker, bingo, the stove has worked. And I've had this thing 10 years, and I got it off the street, right? So anyway, John kept saying how terrible it was. And what he, so he painted it, and it turned, it's like Duchamp, It's like really brilliant. Just like, this painting of the floor he did, it's truly amazing, And look at this counter, it's like, but when he did it, he got these oil-based paints really intense. I mean, they came like in like radioactive containers. I mean, this stuff is pretty toxic. And John painted it, with no gloves, no mask, in shorts, and painted it all up. And the fumes and everything, and he doesn't, all the cleanup I did in the last few days here and organizing things, I don't work like 8 hours straight or 10 hours straight or 16 hours straight. No, I work an hour, I get tired because I can't. My legs, people look at me and say, well, hey, he's walking around, he must be okay. You talk to my doctors and they go, well, we're amazed you're friggin' alive. So, I'm alive because I have something to do, You guys, the cadre, you adepts, you are going to change the world, and I'm here as your sensei to motivate you into this thing. You are going to create so how did you get the stuff in your eye, John? So I wasn't here, John, and yet it was my fault that the paint affected you. Anyway, and this is John. John, if he could listen to my conversations, he, and part of him does listen and understands that I care for him as a friend like no other, right? And I'm always there for him like no other, right? And, let's see. Yes. And John, was that a cabal? Was it your father and aliens and the dogs and me out to get you? Because that's what he told me. He said, it's your fault. You did it. And I was like, 200 miles away, right? You did it, So it's my fault. But, it's a great blessing for me because it really helps me become a better griot. Makes me a better sensei, And again, John is my friend, and I don't give up on my friends. I want John to come out on the other side of this and be happy, to be able, because he has so much talent. He is such an amazing guy. He really can. All the, he cut. See, let's see if you can see it. Anyway, there's that cabinet up there, right? And it's got these wooden things on it, right? And see this big piece of sheetrock? He took one piece of sheetrock, he went around and took a whole bunch of measurements, and he cut it out, and it fit perfect. I've done a lot of sheetrock, and I saw him do that. I was like, whoa. And he's like, oh, all these people who are, they're manly men and do contract work and blah, 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 blah. John is as good as anybody else when he is not self-conscious. That's when he then gets anxious and nervous, and then he can't do it. And, it's like, But once he gets into it, and he is the artist in the first person. I mean, that's when he cut that piece of sheetrock up there. He was the artist in the first person. You know, when he painted this floors, he was the artist in the first person. You know, but you have to be awake. You have to be conscious. You know, you have to. Back when I was a young rascal electrician, I hurt myself one time I was like a flying monkey. I mean, I could climb up anything. I could, go up a 12-foot ladder and stand on the top and work for an hour, before they made genie hoists. And in theater, we had these A-frame ladders that were 30 feet high and had a middle thing that went up another 20 feet. So you'd walk up this thing and then go up, so you would be like 50 feet up adjusting lights on the grid. And I could do that all day long. Anyway, now I've fallen off those things and I've had some pretty bad, but I kind of can bounce and roll. I'm kind of made out of silly putty or something. Flubber. And so like one time I was working on a job and I was on top of this ladder and this moron of a carpenter came with a big board and didn't even notice I was on a ladder standing way on top. And he turned around and hit the ladder with the board and I flew off the top of this ladder. And they had taken these windows out. Big windows, like 8 foot high, 12 foot wide. And they took them out. And down at the bottom of the building, there were 2 dumpsters. One was full of cinder blocks, and one was full of garbage bags, full of, fiberglass insulation. And I was 3 stories up. So I was another 18 feet up on that ladder. And he knocks me off. So I fall, 50 feet plus, almost 70 feet. I fell so far that pretty much everyone had enough time to walk over the window and see. So which one is he going to go in? Is he going to go into the dumpster full of cinder blocks where I would have been just turned into mush? Or am I going to hit, the two dumpsters next to each other, the metal walls, and be broken in half? Or am I going to make it into the dumpster full of plastic garbage bags of insulation? And of course, and I came from way over here and went into the ones and so I didn't get hurt at all. It's like poof. I got up. I was scratching for a while, but I went and found that guy and read him the riot act. And so there were a couple of times that in the construction sites. I was on a gigantic mining facility in New Mexico in the Four Corners called Mount Taylor. And Taylor was the guy who developed the Indian War strategy after the Civil War, how to kill all the Indians. And this mountain, that's named Mount Taylor in the Four Corners, the Hopi call it the Snake Goddess, which is where like all the vengeance of nature lives, and you're not supposed to mess with it. And these morons were drilling a mining pit, about 1,900 feet down before it went right. And so they were like drilling right through the Snake Goddess. And, maybe it was a gigantic site, 20 square miles, the site was, and we probably had 1,800 people working on it. And I would say 3 or 4 people a week died there because everyone was so unconscious, right? And just did stupid shit, and like I was down in the pit working on a transformer and I had my little, before you went down the elevator, they had this big board and they would sign your name on these little chits and one would stay on the board and the other one you would wear. So if you got it, you knew that the other one was up there and your name was on there, and they wouldn't do anything stupid because they'd look at the board and see if anybody was down in the pit. Well, I'm down there working on this transformer, and all of a sudden I hear ooga, 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 meaning they're going to blow something up. And I'm down in the pit, and they shouldn't do that, right? So I'm looking around, and there's the emergency phone. I go to the phone, I pick it up. It's a red phone. I got it. It falls off the wall, and the wire's about 4 feet, and it comes to the end. I mean, it's not attached to anything. It's just up there for look. See, we got an emergency phone there. And I'm going, uh-oh, I'm fucked. And so, because I'm at the end of this tunnel, so they're going to blow something up here. It's going to go down this thing like a gun barrel. And I look around, and so ooga. I know I got about 5 minutes because it starts speeding up as it gets closer to blowing up. And when they're just 5, 4, 6, when they're in the last 10 seconds, it goes it doesn't stop. So it's going ooga. So I know that it doesn't really start to go fast. So I look around, and there are these pallets of concrete bags, 80 pounds apiece. And I look, and there's 2 pallets next to each other, and there's a 3rd pallet over there. So I go over and I start throwing 80-pound bags, that's what adrenaline will do, onto these other 2 pallets, and I make a little bomb shelter out of these bags of concrete. And I get in there, and it's kind of winter, so I have a coat. So I wrap the coat around my head and hunker down, and I'm pretty much protected at every point. And I pull a couple of those bags over the little doorway. So I'm like, got bags all around me. And hopefully, the explosion and the flying debris won't go all the way through the 80-pound bag and blow my brain out, or my heart, or liver, or whatever. So, boom! And I was smart enough to stick, my shirt tails in my ears, and so my eardrums wouldn't get blown out. And but it did hurt this one. It didn't blow it out, but it hurt this one. So that's my weak ear. And what was truly amazing, the concussive force of that explosion, so I didn't get hit by any of the shrapnel of the rocks and stuff, but the concussive force pushed the really small particles of concrete through the bag, didn't break the bag, just pushed it through, and kind of embedded it myself. Did you ever see the movie where the guy is albino, and that was me. I mean, that I was as white as you could get from the concrete dust. And man, I can't pushed my way out of there, went over the elevator, rang for the elevator, and the head guy came down. What are you doing down here? I said, what the fuck? Look, I got the badge on. Let's go up and look at the board. We go up, and the safety officer who pushed the button to bloom, he didn't look at the board. And that's how 3 or 4 people died every freaking week. But everybody outside was expendable. Now, my boss really needed me because I had some really good skills, especially in Transformers. So I called him up and said, you better get me the heck out of here, buddy, because they're trying to kill me, right? So he said, okay, I'll get you out of there. And he put me on a crew where we did line work, and that was even worse. Those guys were total morons. I was there 1 week, and we're putting on a secondary line, and there's a guy who's, these trucks are like bigger than tanks, and they got cranes and all these things. And they have these drums of cable, aircraft cable, like about that thick and don't break. And that's what we use to pull up towers, right? We put the tower together and just kind of pull it up, right? And that's where I learned my chops in rigging. And I'm working over on a distribution part of this thing that we're building, right? And they're packing up, right? It's like getting time to go. And so this guy is feeding the cable onto the drum, and he's got it between his legs, and he's like, putting it on there. And somebody has not taken up the they took up the support legs, and they had a crane, and they were moving the crane, And because the support legs weren't holding the truck steady, it kind of leaned into the tower that was live, and this big crane that was part of this truck was energized by the super high voltage, 900,000 volts. Now, because those pads weren't down, if they were, they would have grounded the whole truck and it would have exploded and blown up the circuit breakers 20 miles away. But they didn't. And so the tires insulated the whole truck. So the whole truck was insulated. And the only thing that was semi-grounded was that cable the guy was feeding on the drum. And it sliced him in half like a piece of cheese. And it cauterized him. And one side went this way and one side went that way. And it cauterized him. So it wasn't blood and guts everywhere. It was like two pieces of Bob, you know. And that's when I started really going, okay, I'm going to keep an eye out for myself. So first they try and kill me in the mine. Then these morons do that. And so we're not staying at that site anymore. We're staying in this motel. And so we get our paycheck, and these guys would go into Grants, which is just, like the bank is a little trailer. I mean, if you wanted to rob the bank, you just hook it up to your pickup truck and drive away with it, right? Especially on payday, when that thing would have probably a couple $1 million in cash. Anyway, so I get my first paycheck, which is a pretty big one, and I go there and go, I want to start a savings checking account, and so they did, and I put 90% of the money in to those accounts, and I took $200 in cash, right? And so, showing you how big my paycheck was. So the other guys take most of the money. They get all the money, and we go over to this place, the only real building in town, and it's like supermarket, discotheque, steakhouse, barbershop, bathhouse, brothel, you name it. A clothes store. You can get, as a minor guy, you can get whatever you want there. It's like being on the space station there, right? So, I go in and I go, wow, I haven't had a bath, and so I go and I get a shave. I wasn't into the big. I just would let my beard grow and then shave it one day, and then let it grow and shave it one day. I had a barber in New York, so I was used to that. Anyway, so I go in there and say, well, you got the hot towel for the, oh yeah, we got the hot towel for the shave. Oh yeah, we'll give you a nice shave. And they did. And first I went and bought real clothes. I bought cowboy pants and a cowboy shirt with like all the little frilly stuff and cowboy boots. They had Tony Llamas that normally are made specially for the individual. Yeah, that's some craziness. Yeah. And so, for $100, I bought cowboy pants, Tony Llama boots, this cowboy shirt, and a cowboy hat, and for under $100. That shows you where inflation is today, right? So I I sat down. First, so I took all those clothes. I got to shave. I went in and took a bath, and then a shower, and then I put the cowboy outfit on. And I had left my coat with my wallet. I just took $200 in my pocket. No ID, no nothing. Because we had these gigantic big coats that were like sheep. And that they, take all the guts out, turn it inside out. So the fluffy part of the sheep was on the inside of the coat, and its skin was on the out. And it was, on these construction sites, it was like wearing armor. Anyway, I had that coat and my wallet in that truck in this guy's van. Anyway, so, when I went over and bought clothes and then went and had a shave and then the bath and a shower and then went and had dinner, the guys, all they did was went straight to the bar and just started knocking on back. So I, sit down, order myself a nice steak and a baked potato and some vegetables and a beer, and I'm enjoying my really nice meal. And then these girls start, and there's nobody else there, and these girls start sitting down and talking to me, and they go in, and I'm saying, well, that must be hot. These things, like three girls kind of making eyes at me, and they go, do you want to go back to our place? I said, well, I don't know, I gotta go with where are those guys? Where'd they go? And they go, it's only $50. I go, what? Yeah, the three of us, only $50. I said, oh, sorry, girls. No, but then I started to go, where are the guys? I went to the manager and I said, where did those guys go? And I said, they got in their truck and drove away. I said, what? And it's middle of February. It's snowing out there. It's 90 degrees below zero. And all I got is a cowboy shirt, cowboy hat, Tony Lama boots, and new cowboy pants. Anyway, I'm going, what the? Yeah, and I'm like 60 miles from where I'm supposed to be in the morning. So I go, okay, what am I going to do? And this, I go back and I said, well, I'm going to finish my dinner. That's what I'm going to have. And maybe talk to the girls, maybe spend $50. Anyway, I go over there and I get after they take my plates away, I go, I'm going to have, do you got whiskey? What kind of whiskey? You got any good whiskey? Not rat guy. Yeah. So I get myself a nice little, Irish whiskey. They actually had it there. And a, nice piece of apple pie, hot apple pie and vanilla ice cream. And so I'm eating that and thinking, what am I going to do? You call a cab? I don't think so. And so this guy comes over, he sits down, he's laughing. He goes, boy, that was hilarious. And he goes, they really stuck here, didn't they? I said, yeah. I said, they probably didn't even notice. They were so drunk when they walked out of here. I said, okay. And he goes, don't worry about it. I got a trailer, just a couple blocks away. You can stay there. And in the morning, there are all these mines. They have a bus that leaves, school buses that kind of take you to the mine. So, you just take one of those buses to your job. No problem. So he's right. And he lends me, Carhartt overalls. So you can bring them back whenever you want. And so there I was with my cowboy outfit underneath, my Carhartts over it because he was a pretty big guy, and I got my Tony Lama boots instead of my steel toe boots. And so I get on the bus, I get to where I'm supposed to on time, right? And I walk up to my supervisor, who's a black guy. Not too many black guys on this job, but he's engineer, smart guy, comes from the head office. So, they're not going to, be too racist with him. And he's in charge anyway. So, he's got this clipboard and he's reading it. And I go, hey, Bob, what's up? And he kind of looks at me and he just, his eyes go, and he's a black guy and he turns white and keels over. And I went, oh my God. And I kind of catch him and because he was standing on a concrete floor, the way he was dead weight. So anyway, he's down there. And the other guys start trying to revive him. And I pick up the clipboard he was reading. And the thing on the top was this thing from the Highway Patrol saying that there was a vehicle accident, that a Ford van had hit the back of one of these gigantic mining bulldozers that are size of a house, and they hit the front blade, and they were doing about 70, and they hit the immovable force and just turned into mush. And the only way they could ID the bodies was through the wallets in these coats that were indestructible. And my coat was inside that truck, and my wallet with my license and et al. Were in there. And so I was on that list as dead. And that was a third strike. I said, get me the heck out of here. And I called up my boss. And so he said, okay. You have to stay there a little longer. There's a transformer station that you need to wire. And I'm sending a really hotshot crew. And so I said, okay. If that's all I have to do, I don't have to deal. And I said, they're not morons. No, these guys are really good. They're all engineers. I said, okay, sounds good to me. Because he was paying me, I was making $38 an hour in 1971. That was, some pretty good pay. Mr. Bunny took 17 of it, but still, I was making $4 at selling vacuum cleaners. So. Anyway, guys showed up and they were from Mexico. And everyone, these were college educated engineer guys. They spoke Spanish. Not one guy spoke English. And we wired this distribution transformer station of high voltage. And it took us about 3 weeks. And that was the 3 weeks that I met Grandfather David out in the middle of the mesa. And then after we finished that, they sent us off to do other of these transformer. And when you're ever watching, high voltage lines, and then they come into, there's like the big fence, and then there's this like Tonka toy thing where all the wires are going. That's a substation where the high voltage is brought down through transformers to be distributed into secondary and tertiary lines. And so anyway, I went off and worked with them, and we were still in the neighborhood, but just not there, not on that crazy site. And that's, then I met Grandfather David, who's one of the Hopi elders and keepers of the Hopi prophecy. And we bumped into each other in the middle of a 40 square mile mesa in the middle of the night, stumbling over sagebrush. And, he should have gone that way and I should have gone that way, but I fell on top of him. Didn't even see him, just fell on top of him. He started screaming at me. And then I got him up, and he's this little guy, and I clean him off, and he's like still really pissed off. And then he just goes, this was meant to be. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, you come from the mine over there, don't you? Oh, yeah. I said, can't take it, can I? No. He goes, and you just had to take a walk, right? And so he came to the darkest part of the mesa to take a walk so you could look at the stars, right? And he goes, I was doing the same thing. I lived about 10 miles over there in this little adobe house, and I got a couple little trailers, and I just took a walk out into the sage, and I was just looking straight up. I didn't see you. You didn't see me. You fell on top of me. He goes, the odds are you of doing this is 40 square miles. The odds of you doing this, no, it's meant to be. You need to, if you can't stand being there, well, come back. You can stay. I've got this trailer. You can stay there. And you need to be my adept. So what? You say, you need to learn. I can just see in you. You're vibrating. You are just ready to learn what I need to teach you. You need to be a shaman. I go, oh, okay. Sounds interesting. And, and he goes, and it's a very nice trail. It's heated. It's got a shower. It's got hot water. Way better than the crappy place I was, the Quonset hut I was sleeping in. And so, I said, I got some guys who work with me who are nice. Do you speak Spanish? Oh, yes, I speak Spanish. And they said, you like these guys. Can they camp out here? And said, oh, I got a bigger trailer. How many are there? I said, there's 6 of them. I said, oh, yeah, I can stay here. So that's where we would go. We stopped staying in this Quonset hut, and we stayed with Grandfather David. And they were not so much in the shamanic line. They were, well-educated engineer guys from Mexico, but they were very nice and really smart. And we got along great. And I learned Spanish from them. And the other guy, there was one guy who spoke English relatively well, so we were a good team. And the kind of transformers we were using, they didn't, they were great on switch gear. They were great on putting things together. They're great on tasking the cables. They're great on all that stuff. And I was the guy who could tune the transformer. And I showed them how to do that. And they were like, whoa, that is cool. So we got along great. And these guys, we didn't just have crappy food. These guys would make a whole chicken dinner, potatoes and carrots and everything, and wrap it up in aluminum, like lots, and stuff it into the where the engine manifold is, right? And then we would drive 20, 30 miles to where we were going to do our work, turn off the truck, go to work. And by, noon, that chicken would have been cooked by the manifold. And we would take all that aluminum off and have this beautiful chicken and vegetables. And, it was, and they'd have a big jug of sangria. And they'd leave that out in the cold, so it was nice and nippy. And that was, and then we'd sit there and have our siesta. We'd work real hard from like 6 a.m. till around 12:30, 1 o'clock. We'd have lunch and, have the chicken and the veggies and bread. That sometimes they would make bread and put it in aluminum, put it in the manifold, and it would bake hot. Anyway, these guys were the bomb. And at night I would study with Grandfather David, and on the weekends we would do ceremony. And it's always amusing when I had the school here and people, I want to be a shaman. Here's $300. Just give me a certificate so I can call myself a shaman. And people who go to school, and read books to be to be a shaman, you have to do ceremony. You have to learn the vehicle of intent. And it's on 2 hours. If it's only 1 hour, I would do a guided meditation where I would show you what it's like to study, to go into ceremony, right? Anyway, that, I was like 19, so I was like 21, I guess, right? Because it was 71. And Grandfather David really whipped me into shape about intent and focus and being awake, right? So, and he was a code talker. He had seen a lot of stuff. So let's see. Yeah, a lot of close calls. Yeah. Well, when we go into state, that's a shamanic state we're going into. That breath, bringing in the prana, the grounding in the chi. That's all shamanism, right? And the terms I use are so you can understand them. The terms Grandfather David used, were Hopi, right? But they were still the same thing. Then we would sweat. We build it. We carry the sweat lodge with us. And we build it in sacred sites, that they didn't like build a hotel on, that, you'd had to walk out carrying this thing on your back. And then you'd have to go find twigs and leaves and branches, because the only thing you were carrying with you really was, the string, tobacco ties, a few other tools, and the buffalo skins. That's what we cover it over to keep the heat in, right? But we'd make the whole structure out of, branches and twigs and things like that, and tie it together with string, and then kind of cover it up with leaves and whatever brush we could get, and then put the buffalo skin over it. And that buffalo skin, pretty heavy thing, a couple 100 pounds. So when we'd walk, we wouldn't drive, we would walk. That was part of the ceremony, walking. And we would drive to a certain place, but we would walk into the site. It'd be 3, 4, 5 miles, easy. And everything we did was a ceremony, everything. Building the fire, making the fire, finding the rocks, building the sweat lodge. Everything was done with ceremony and in the intent of ceremony. So when you got that fire going and you heated up those rocks and you put them in the sweat lodge, when you walked in there, it was like you went through a time vortex. And that's, so Grandfather David told me when I first started studying with him, you will learn 30 years worth of, you will be a shaman when you leave my side, you will be my grandson. But, we're going to have to do a lot of work, because we got maybe, I don't know, how long are you going to be here? About 4 or 5 months? Well, we're going to have to do like 30 years worth of ceremony and teaching, so every night we did ceremony and studying and understanding and talking and all the rest. And one of those guys was a little interested, but he didn't understand English, and he tried, but he didn't have the intent. He was interested, and Grandfather David would talk to him in Spanish about, okay, you need to go back home and find a guy like me in your neighborhood, because this guy is wired for me. I like you. I can talk to you. I can teach you things, but can't do what I'm doing with him. And I can't take the time to do anything with you, because I got to do a lot with him. And so you need to, I've talked to you and we spent a few nights and smoked the pipe. So you would, I can see it in you, but you need to go home and find a guy like me to be your teacher. So we spent 4 months, still working on projects in and around grants, and every night for 4 months I studied, and every weekend we would go someplace. And he taught me, we moved over to his old ranch that his son and grandson now ran, and we stayed there in the bunkhouse, and we worked with animal spirits, right? Because I had a lot of animals, and I had to learn how to ride. I'm from New York City. What do I know about horses? Nothing, But the grandson was a kind of cheeky monkey, and he goes, "I got a horse for you," and it's this beautiful white horse, right? And he they call it him Death. And call him Death. Oh, that's my horse. Oh, and I've already been tried to be killed about 8 times, in the last, 6, a year and a half that I was there. Because I was in another place where I was with a friend, and we had this big vehicle that broke away from the vehicle we were towing, and it slingshot us off a 2,800-foot cliff. It was just like we were like Wile E. Coyote, right, going for the floor. But we went over, and it looked like we were going. It was like, uh-oh. And it's going to be a nice little flight, down. But we went about 10 feet, and there was an outcropping there that we didn't see from that projector we were on, and the truck went like this into it. And we were like, don't move at all, don't move. And my dog kind of was freaking out, and the truck went right off, and it wasn't a cliff, but it was like this. So it and there was no real fuel. It was diesel too, so there's no real fuel in it. But by the time we stopped crashing and bashing, I was sitting in the seat, and I was like, strapped to the seat, but there was nothing left of the vehicle, and I had the steering wheel in my hand, and I was beat up, but not dead or hurt or needing a hospital. So, all of this year and a half, I had way other crazier experiences, was to wake up, to become aware. Okay, so what I want you guys to do, I'm going to have to go hit the little boys' room. I'm going to turn off the lights, and I want you to get your intent, your awareness inside and balanced. at the A-frame. Hmm?
This fucking house that you and my parents bought. I think it's so funny that I'm trapped in it, working on an old house by hand, incessantly doing manual labor and skilled labor till you hope that I just get cancer from all the chemicals and fucking mold that I had to clean out of the ceiling because your lazy ass fucked up all of these ceilings till the whole house was almost garbage, and I had to work on it like a fucking human slave by hand doing this manual labor and physical labors to make my dad proud for being a sellout to the right and all their bullshit in this whole fucking evil country
John,
that built it off the backs of stabbing the backs of innocent Indians.
well, John, this house, you embraced it in a spiritual way and created a great thing. So, we're talking about balance. There we go. I have to deal with that. John does that at least 10 times a day. Yells at me, screams at me, blames me, then apologizes, tells me how great I am, then yells at me, screams at me. But it's great training for me. And John is actually, at some point he's going to appreciate everything because he's done an amazing job here, right? The hill, see, people don't realize that, when I owned this place, all I did was pay the taxes. I didn't own it. The hill, this is a shamanic ley line. This is it's one of the Cherokee's more high energy places. And I think that has a lot to do with why John oscillates like that. So, hopefully he can get some peace. He should, because this is a very peaceful place. I mean, if you go back and look at a lot of the shows of what's here, it's like, whoa. Oh, yes, you can see the lines. I mean, again, it's about intent. If you suspend your disbelief, if you have the right intent to serve, love's co-creation, of course you can see the lines. I mean, Bella, my dog, she showed them to me. And when we walked up the hill the first time, she was dancing through the mountain. And I'm looking at her going, she's actually doing things in a very specific way. She's not just meandering. And, so once she showed it to me, I could see it. And there was a cave. It's about this big on the outside and gigantic on the inside. And you sit and meditate on in front of the cave opening. And you get in the right state, you find yourself in the cave. And it's just like the cave in Plato's cave, the treatise of the cave. And it's just like Lucas's when, Luke went to see Yoda and he brought him to the cave and, basically Luke faced Darth Vader, blew his head off. And when he looked down, he saw his own face in there. So, yes, you can. This place is quite. And there's a whole stack of rocks that are the size of school buses that someone placed there. Right? And they're right there. They're right above where the cave is, and the cave is right above where the well is, and so it's all there. Yet, I mean, I said, kids, go find the, the magic cave, and it's underneath a big stack of rocks. And very few could find it. It's right in plain sight. We can only, when there's no leaves, you can see it from this window. And that's how, I mean, it's a big stack of rocks that are the size of school buses, big school buses, 30 feet long. Anyway, so John has been here almost 3 years now. It will be in September. And yet he is not, I used to walk up that hill every freaking day, right? And I would rake the path of the ley lines, right? And because that was in respect. And I had, come on, chairs set up, places to meditate, and I had, the kids wanted to live inside the school. I said, no, you're not in these bedrooms. I got no mattresses. No, you're camping up in the forest. Find yourself a nice camp spot. There were about 30, 40 beautiful campsites that the Cherokee had made 600 years ago. That's the last time they really used this neck of the woods in its shamanic sense. And very few would really hit on. And those are the ones who I said, okay, these are my students. The rest are just chuckleheads. And not to the property, but to the house, yes. He saved the house. I mean, the house had issues, of leaks, and it was like a boat, And when George, he built this thing out of concrete, and he didn't realize that concrete is porous, right? And so he didn't have, where the concrete was exposed to the rain, the elements, he had it in such a way that instead of going like this and having the water run off, it would puddle and stay there. And then it would go seep through the concrete and, go through like this whole ceiling here kind of caved in. And part of it was the hot water heater cracked and spent the whole night, being a waterfall on here. And there was, there were other things, right? Nothing I did, but, I never stayed here more than a few weeks at a time. This was more of my warehouse and ceremonial place, right? And during the summer, I may spend a month or two here, but I had other places I could stay, and I would. In the winter, I went to Florida, the Deep Green, and a few other spots around, and I would go to them all, right? Because that's my nature. I like the change, the having different experiences, right? So I didn't want to just stay in Roanoke. I would spend, a month or two here, a year, for 15 years, right? Mostly in the summertime. And so I did not make this place perfect. And I didn't have a wife who I want, a divorced wife that I wanted to reconnect and bring here and, be a family again. No, this is more my, how Superman had his sanctuary out there in the North Pole. That's kind of what this place was for me. It was my warehouse, a lot of stuff. So that's why there's still a lot of stuff here, man. Anyway, so John has, because he's motivated. I mean, look what he's done in this place. I mean, look at these counters. He wants his wife to have, and look what he did to that counter. These were just kind of crappy counters that George got out of, everything in this place George got out of. He had a buddy who was a demolition guy. So all the windows, everything, all the big beams came from other buildings that they tore down. And so John has just really done an amazing thing to this place. And he should realize he was, meaning he complains about how hard he had to work in Battledon. He was a slave. You heard him go there. But he was being the artist in the first person. If he could only let himself go to be that artist in the first person, he would be amazingly successful. But he's so self-conscious, you can't do it. And the fact that, hey, I'm just Mr. Griot, I don't, I'm not self-conscious. I don't worry about how I look. I just look the way I look. And when you look the way you look fine. Right? Now, he says, you need to be working out. I got a little flabby there, but I used to be almost 500 pounds. Now I'm 220 or so, Lose another 30 pounds, I'll be a Slim Jim kind of guy. When I stand up, I look relatively pretty thin. And that's another thing. He looks at me and I don't seem to be doing anything. And I'm getting skinnier. I can wear, I'm not self-conscious. I have to cover up when I'm around you. No, you don't. I walk around without a shirt on. I'm worried about, making you feel bad the way I look. Well, no, he's, after eating so many donuts, Now, yes, when he was working out, huffing those, he has these barbells that are 60 pounds, 80 pounds. He's huffing 160 pounds. And, he's doing that. But it was driving his chemistry sideways, so he was like, totally, what the fuck? And, that's the whole dynamic of this is balance. That's what we're talking about here, balance. Oh, it's sublime. He's an artist. He's amazingly talented. He puts himself down. He just beats himself up, torments himself. And I try to say, John, and then, he feels guilty when he's not working 16 hours a day, getting up at 5 a.m. He'll get up at 5 a.m, and be like, and, I went away for a month and a half and he really didn't do anything, Whereas if he just eased into it, I was only here for like 3 or 4 days and I would hope, change the whole thing. So he sees, wow, it's like magic. He just makes a big difference in the place and it's easy to get around. And he, feels guilty, then jealous, and then screams at me. You did this all for you, so it's easier for you to get around. Well, yes, this is true. When he had the bathroom full of stuff and I nearly killed myself just trying to use the toilet. And one time on a live chat, I said, I got to go to the John. And he that was 2 years ago. And he said, you make fun of me by calling the John. I said, well, John, I just called the John. What can I say? I used it. I slipped. I didn't know. The other night he lost his mind because I was, I made him a really great dinner and I started clearing up because he was always complaining how sloppy I am when I cook. So I was like, if you don't want to be sloppy when you cook, you clean up every, you drop a little stuff, you don't wait, you clean it up. You use a pot after you're done, instead of just sticking in the sink, you clean it. And he's never done that. He'll go upstairs and he's got like 3 weeks worth of dishes up there. And this is, again, balance because he's right, anal retentive about certain things and, totally off the reservation on others. And so that's, the dynamic of balance is that you just have to find that spot, that sweet spot. And you don't have to kill yourself. So all the stuff I did in the last few days, I did an hour here, an hour there, an hour here, an hour there. Bingo. It was like changed, And there were some real obvious things, doors were in a certain place. If you just put them all against the wall, then they're not in your way, right? This stuff was just stacked on top of each other and couldn't get over it. They're just empty boxes. You kind of, it's like pretty simple stuff, which he didn't take care of for like months, which made the place cluttery. And then he like points at my stuff that's all packed up in a corner somewhere. And I showed them to you, He says, 2,400 feet. Man, give me a break. It's like amount of boxes I have are like, what you could stick in a refrigerator. And they're put there in a way that they're easy. Okay, put in my car, drive away, see you later, bye. And that's part of it. I've lost a ton of stuff because John was like throwing me out so many times. He's just like, I have to get this stuff out of here. Then he lets it stay there for years. So again, it's all about balance. And that's why John is a perfect example of the canary in the coal mine. And he's my friend. I really care about him, and I'm really in awe of his talents. And I would feel great if I could assist him to get to a place where he could be happy and productive in what he does. Because once he could get just doing it, he'd be fine. He wouldn't have to be, oh, I'm killing myself. Oh, it's terrible. My father and you are trying to kill me. You just heard him right there, right? Wasn't even here when he painted the place, but I'm trying to kill him with the fumes, right? Every time I do something, like I said, I, kind of sheetrocked the ceiling and taped it up. And again, when I did this, I had like braces on my legs. Now, it wasn't just me doing this, but I'd done a ton of this. I was here with this kid and John, and we bing, bang, boom, like in an hour, there was nothing in this ceiling here. And then we covered the whole thing. And then I kind of got up there with the knives and mudded the place. But then we ran out of mud. I said, come on, John, let's go buy some more. And he's, so we waited a month or two, and I said, screw it. He had the paint. So I covered the thing with paint and said, okay, well, at another time, we'll come back and finish the taping. And the way I taped it, I left it in such a way that if you came back and we mudded those joints, they disappear. I did them so they were, you could cover it up and you wouldn't see them. And I did a lot of that around here, right? But I had to work on the limitations of what resources John would aim. He would spend a ton of money on stuff that, well, what? So, again, back to balance. I have, in different parts of my life, strived to move forward through balance, to serve love's co-creation, to in every day and every way take the piece of the earth and make it stronger. Because by my doing that, by paying ahead, it's always, all right for me. You're selfish. You do all this stuff for you. Well, in a way, I do it for me. Because that's what I've been put on this earth to do. Not to make a ton of money, not to be a mean politician, not to be, a sexist guy, not to be, no, not to let anything get over on me. His big plan is to get his wife and his kids back to live here. But his wife's a princess. I couldn't see her really, she has servants, and she treated John like a servant. And that was the thing that kicked off the imbalance, So that's what he, and what he likes about this place is there's nobody here, so there's nobody listening to him, looking at, and he thinks people listen to him. And we're like out in the middle of nowhere, And so it's built to be a school. It never quite, I tried to make it one. People built it to try to make it one. And so who knows what this place will be. But John has done a masterful job of saving this place and making it, and taking it and making it his. I mean, he's added his own artistic flair. Me, I just lived here in balance with the hill, I stringed Christmas lights everywhere. And as one set would burn out, I just add another set, Because George had his limitations. One was plumbing, the other is electric. And so when John go, oh yeah, we're just going to make these beds, and these little powder rooms going to work. No way. Because the septic line, George put in concrete and then, let certain areas be accessible to the things. So there's chunks of the waistline missing that will spill all over the place, and the water lines are gone, and the things are surrounded by concrete. So to get water lines and septic lines into those little bathrooms, you're going to have to get a jackhammer and punch new holes through the concrete, which is, I tried that. It's like not easy, right? And there are no septic lines left where those toilets are. You have to run like 20 feet, maybe longer, to where the septic line is still, right? And at certain parts of it, that septic line is running uphill, and shit does not flow uphill. So those bathrooms are like, forget about it. But you can't tell John anything, That's really, and again, that's one of the great, challenges for me, to be patient. Because, I've done a lot of this, and John has too. Like I said, that piece of sheetrock was pretty amazing when we put it up there. But certain elements of it, not so much. Just like George. George built this whole place, but certain, plumbing and electric. He wired this place with, like those lights there are wired with 22 gauge phone wire. Now he had all these fluorescent lights. And as long as you run them on fluorescent lights, that's not, that takes like less than an amp. But you run quartz lights through it. I had to make a regular piece of Romex. Anyway, so this place is, and John, the guys he got in here, they kind of rewired the place even more. They really did a pretty good job. Maybe he put an HVAC in. He's done a lot of great things. He's like saved the building, and made it really beautiful. So the paints on the floor is like pretty amazing. Yeah, the septic line runs perfect to the septic tank. But from those two little bathrooms, John, you're going to have to cut holes in the concrete. You're going to have to get a jackhammer. Because why do you think they stopped using the septic lines? Because they broke in the concrete, and the shit in the water would go down in the basement, just like it did when what's his name had to come and add those two little pieces, So yeah, you can bring in a big jackhammer and if you want to put in your big bathtub in the bath, you're gonna have to cut through that floor. That's like, forget about it, So but you've done a great job, making sure that you save this place from the elements. The water does not come through the concrete anymore. You did that. And you painted this floor. You painted all the walls. You've done amazing work here. You should be proud of it. And the few little things that you got to do are just that. You've done about 98% of everything you need to do here. You got about 2 or 3% left. And if you just nibbled away at it instead of having to work 16 hours a day, you'd be fine. Okay, John, you're always right, not a problem. This is your house. You do what you want, not a problem. I'm just here to help you out because I'm your friend. I want you to succeed. I want you to be happy. I want you to, John, this house, no matter what happens to it, you have done amazing things with it. You are the artist in the first person. You didn't just do any old crappy thing to this place. You didn't just slap up new sheetrock or do this or buy a new kitchen from Lowe's. No, you turned these counters into art. You turned the floor into art. You have really, changed this for the better in ways that are amazing. You're right, you can do that, but it's still you got to go through a few inches of concrete, and this stuff is pretty rough. You know, we had a guy here named Tim who was Mr. Handy. He put in the wood stove downstairs and put in a flue all the way up to the roof. He put in an amazing internet system. He put in hot water in the bathrooms and the washing machine in the kitchen here. And he was going to put the hot water heater in the bathroom. But to bring pipes up to the hot water heater and then down to where it was going to go, he started to drill the holes through he gave up, and he was pretty indomitable guy. So he put the hot water heater downstairs and just ran the wire because there was a hole where the panel was where he could run a wire to the hot water heater. And the water pipes were already down there. So he did that. But, that's when I realized, how strong, the concrete floor was. And also, I looked at those two toilets and they're really Mondo Bizarro plumbing. So, you can do anything, John. It's how much money you want to spend and how difficult it is. Hey, John, what do I always say? I'm a Greek. Don't believe anything I say. And what is real anyway, gang? It's all an illusion. Okay, John, it's your, have a good time. But, I'm all about, I only do things that I know that I can bring to fruition. And I do it step by step by step. Have a little plan, have, strategy. I don't kill myself. I don't work 16 hours straight. When I made the space down here and up in the attic, I sat, I looked, so we need light. So I got light so I could see and wouldn't kill myself. And then I started moving one box at a time. And then within an hour or two, there was a lot of space to move around all the other stuff, right? And whenever I did any kind of construction, and I've been out of the construction motif for good, since the 80s. Now I've been an electrician forever, for all the time, because I'm an electrician, right? But I stopped running a business. I turned my business over to my employees in 1988. That was a great thing because it helped those folks immeasurably, brought them into put their kids through college, got them to buy a house. And they sent me $1,200 every month for 8 years. All I had to do was show up in New York once a year, go down to City Hall, sign a piece of paper, and give them $50 to continue my license. And by the law, as long as I'm the licensed owner, these are employees. They were just working under my auspices. So I have stopped being Mr. Construction Guy way back then, late 80s, early 90s, right? I became Mr. Scholar Boy, No, John, see, what this is a ceremony. This is shamanic. And so the majority of the people who watch it later because they're all over the world. They're not just, in New Jersey or Connecticut or, Texas. They're all over the place at different time zones. So everybody watches this at different times. And because it's a shamanic ceremony, it's like Memorex, it's just live or Memorex. They watch it on the YouTube they get the same experience as it being live, you know. And I don't need 10,000 people to watch it. All I need is two to be the pebble in the water. What's the building project most proud of? Well, they're all different, you know, and see, you know, between 69 and 88, I basically was, you know, I'm a master electrician, and I did electric work, but I was an artist, and so I had buddies of mine who were artists, and I had a friend who was a sculptor, but he was a plumber. I had another friend who was a painter, and he was a carpenter. Another friend who was a, you know, what are the guys who make pots and, you know, out of clay. And he was a mason, you know, stone walls. I had another friend who was a spray painter, right? And another friend who was a trompe-l'oeil painter. And I had another friend who, HVAC guy, right? And they all had other people in their cadres. And so we were this community of artisans, and we would build things. So one of the things I worked on, I had a girlfriend who was an architect, and she was on the company that built Trump Tower, his first big whoop-de-doo place there in Midtown, you know, where he lives. And she was in charge of the lobby. Her boss, not her boss, but the guy who was in charge, he had a heart attack, so she took over. And there's this waterfall. I don't know if it's still there. But she said, I really want, and I was doing this kind of reflective light art. And so I made these little reflectors and lights, and I lit that waterfall with these things. And you couldn't see where the light came from, but the flickering of the light went all over the lobby. So I'm pretty proud of that. There was a discotheque called Xenons. And other people, there had been many different electricians, you know, who put in the service, who ran, you know, the sub panels, who, you know, put in the, you know, emergency lighting, who ran all the pipes and pulled all the wires, but nothing worked because they kept having different electricians, and it was a total mess. So I was brought in, and I, you know, made sense of it and made it, and I brought it to life. And, you know, so I got a lot of street cred for those two things, Trump Tower lobby and that. And as we built these things, I just didn't do the electric work. I helped my friends do the carpentry, the masonry, because when you're putting in pipes and electrics and, well, and, you know, the plumbing kind of goes near, you know, so we helped each other do everything, which allowed us to always be on time and on budget and be way ahead of, you know, they'd have architects who had no idea what they were doing. And we would save everyone's butt. And that's why everyone hired us and paid us whatever we wanted and gave us whatever we wanted, like time and space and all that. And so, I was out in Long Island, and I had a contracting business and a real estate business and a master electrician's license out there. And I built a number, there was a town near East Hampton called Remsenburg. And there was this thing called there's the Atlantic Ocean, and then there was this kind of Moriches Inlet. And there were farms right on it. And these farms were like pre-revolutionary. And my mother really loved this house. And so she bought that house, and the property, you know, it's about 80 acres. And they had all kinds of barns and other houses. And my dad was, oh, I do this. And I said, come on, Dad, you know, East Hampton is just on the other side of that thing. And half this property is right on the beach. This is worth a fortune. You just paid like nothing for it. You know, it's kind of like John, I spent so much money. And so he didn't like the, you know, pre-revolutionary house because the ceiling was only 6 foot high. You know, back in the day, those people were short, and they didn't make the rooms gigantic because it was hard to heat them. So it was very, very nice. And we ripped out the floors because they were rotting out, put new floors in, and I rewired the whole thing so it wouldn't burn down. And then, again, we stumbled across some great real estate that were commercial buildings in Islip and Sayville and Ronkonkoma and things like that. I mean, for this one guy, and he wanted to get rid of everything and just get out of Dodge. Again, we bought that for like nothing. And I spent so much money. So we rehabbed 3 of those commercial buildings, and I got 2 apartments and 2 commercial spaces out of each of those buildings. And the other building, I got 2 apartments and a big commercial space. Because it had been a garage. So I kept it big. And I made all the apartments they were small apartments, but I made them vaulted ceilings. I put skylights so the light was amazing. Everyone had a deck going out of the roof. And it was like no one had seen anything like the stuff I was doing there. And I didn't have an architect or anything. And I went to the building department, and the guy had the same name I did. And this one thing I was building, my mom said, we need to do it this way. My mom was a pretty visionary lady, and she had made a drawing on a napkin. I said, this is what we're going to do. I started laughing. No, you're supposed to have a blueprint. You have to put the stamp. I can't put the stamp on a napkin. And I goes, well, my parents won't pay for an architect. I already kind of looked around for architects, and they're pretty expensive, and they're pretty stupid because, they really have no idea what they're doing. He goes, but I have this guy, a good buddy of mine, and he's the head, inspector. And he goes, he is a structural engineer, but he has the same little stamp that an architect has. So you go visit him with your napkin and have him draw a number of drawings, the front, the back, the side, the top. I'll stamp it and you can go ahead, right? So I did. So instead of costing it's $15,000, $20,000 just for an architect, this guy, I gave him $200 and he did it in an afternoon, right? He had a nice CAD CAM, one of the first CAD CAM machines, and he knocked it out. And he put his stamp on everything, and the inspector put it on there. And the inspector was really a nice guy. And he came and saw the first building we renovated, and I left everything open, and even though we were going full steam ahead, I just kept doing, leaving different. Why do you finish that? I said, well, because the inspector has to look at it. And I would take pictures of stuff, and the guy came in and he saw how I left everything open so he could easily inspect everything. And he goes, this is the way it should be done. Because we were still moving straight ahead, and I had pictures of other things. And he goes, yes, I like this. And so all the other buildings we did, he never even showed up. Al's doing it, it's got to be good. So of all that stuff I was very proud of all those projects. And we did those 3 commercial buildings and redid that building, the pre-revolutionary place, and 2 houses that we had bought. And we had done that all in less than 2 years, right? And by the mid part of the second year, we had finished the commercial buildings, and we were getting a rent roll of $28,000 a month, right? Because these buildings, so they were burnt up pieces of crap, and we bought them for nothing. They were right in the middle of these towns that, when we bought them, weren't trendy, but by the time we finished them, they were trendy. And so people wanted to live there, wanted the commercial property. And so, good timing, buy low, rent high. And I mean, these little, apartments that were really little gems, I don't think they were bigger than 900 square feet. So when John says, oh, he's using 1,200 square feet, I mean, this whole school is in 2,400 square feet. Like I said, hey, you're using, I show you the images of it. Anyway, so I'm just proud of that. The fact that we did all of that in a very timely way and started making a nice, flow of income. And my dad just paid me $500 a week. I didn't get a taste of any of that, right? Now, we were supposed to be 50-50 partners. So we had this big chunk of property, and there were 2 big barns. And my mom said, I want you to renovate that barn. Well, the thing didn't even have a basement, didn't even have a foundation. It was a big, gigantic barn built on stones before the Civil War. So I said, Mom, what we're going to do is take this apart. We're going to save the wood, and we're going to build a brand new building looking exactly like the old one. But it'll have a real basement, and it'll have real plumbing, a real electrics, a real everything, and you'll be warm and insulated, and it'll be great. You'll love it. And she goes, okay, honey, whatever you say. And by this time, I had gotten a crew. This is the saving loan thing of '86. Was right in the middle when we're doing this, and so part of that was they were building. It was just like the collapse of 2008. They were building tons of stuff and selling it to people who couldn't afford it, and then the mortgages collapsed. And so there were and one of the biggest markets was Texas. Texas exploded in the early 80s and the late 70s. And a lot of carpenters and tradespeople went from Long Island and New York to Texas because they could make a lot of money and the expenses weren't that big. Anyway, so a bunch of these guys came back from Texas, and they were all out of jail because, when things fell apart, they owed a lot of money, and, they ended up in jail, and they got into drugs and alcohol. And they came back to Long Island. Nobody would hire them because there was no work. So I hired these guys, and they had some real issues. And so, because they were alcoholics, but they were really good. They would, and half of them didn't even have a place to stay. So they camped out on the site. As soon as the sun came up, they started working. And they would work straight on from sunrise to about 3 p.m. And then they start smoking and drugging, right there. And I didn't, fine, because we framed out a whole house in a day from the foundation to the ridge, right? And these guys were really good carpenters, and, they made the cabinets right there. We didn't have to go to some guy. And they looked like, they made it look like the pre-Civil War stuff. And I had brought a friend of mine in from SUNY who was, an anthropologist of that time. And he went gaga when I showed him the spot, and he kind of started, digging through the floor, and there were all these nails and this, and he was, oh, look at this little clatch nail, And so he went gaga over that, and we collected all that, what we could collect, and then we took the building down, and not like destroyed it with like big bulldozer or something. We took it down piece by piece and stacked it up over there. And I got a guy with a sawmill, a portable sawmill, and he cut these gigantic beams, into 2x10s, but they were still the ancient oak wood. And we cut beams. So when we built the house, and we had the super duper high ceilings, and we built it like it was a barn. So yes, we built it like the brand building, just like you would build, an envelope construction. But we put the sheetrock up. We wired everything, did everything, and insulated everything. It's like a brand new modern building. But we would bolt the beams on, so it was like made the inside of the house look like it was built in post and beam. It's like pretty freaking amazing. So I was pretty proud of that. And that got into an architectural book, right? And so my parents moved from the pre-Revolutionary War to the new the war. And so we had a town. Well, I was going to build another 6 of these barn houses, a little bit different, but we had the crew, I had the materials, I had, everything going gung ho, and we were making some serious money from our rental properties. And one day, my father called me up because I had bought another 100 acres in the Mauritius, and this was right on the Atlantic frigging Ocean, right next to Southampton, right? And because I was partner, and on the checkbook, that we used to, buy materials, I could sign those checks. I bought, how much you want for this 100 acres? You want $80,000? And we had a cash reserve of 200 grand. So, I bought, and that 80,000 didn't come out of the money we had in the account, but it came out of our cash reserve. And my father lost his mind. You bought it with money. It's like borrowing the money. I said, that's right, Dad. This is a $5 to $20 million piece of property we bought for $80,000. And there's 6 of these little crappy houses right on the ocean that all you have to do is rehab them. So my father just went steaming away. And then, I said, fuck, whatever. And went home. And, the lawyer said, hey, your dad wants you and him to be at my office tomorrow at 3. I said, okay. And my dad had dissolved the company. Right? And I basically got fired, right? Even though I was his partner, right? And he had sold the business to the lawyer for like nothing, but with a backside thing where he was going to make, 300 grand. So he sold about $30 million worth of real estate for like about, $200,000 and cut me out of everything. And the lawyer, he liked me, he had known me since I was a kid. And he was like, he said, Ray, you shouldn't do this to your son. This is not, look, he's done a great job. He's terrible. He's always doing what he wants. He said, just like John Birmingham. It's always about him. He's like in New York doing art, and he's got a TV show and a radio show, and he's doing this political thing in the Shore and Power Plant, and he doesn't focus. He's got to be a businessman. Blah blah blah. And the lawyer kept saying, but he's got you a rent roll of over $40,000 in 2 years. He's rehabbed 8 buildings in less than 2 years. For less than $200,000 with the cost of the real estate. What's wrong with you? This guy's like the goose with the golden egg. So anyway, I said, don't worry about it. I'm cool. Because I knew my dad was going to do this anyway, because he did brothers and sisters with the other business. And so I just packed up my car and left, right? But I knew he was going to do it, so it was no big deal to me because I had other plans already going. I was doing the radio show, the TV show, Art New York, and trying to save eastern part of the United States from the Shore and Power Plant, and that was really my more important thing. The other thing was, okay, I'm just doing this to have liquidity and access to resources, because I used all our construction. When we needed a set or a stage for a rally, I would get my boys to come in and build. My brother did it with my father's company, the other company. And so, I did that. And when he did that, I said, fuck it, and I didn't spend all of my money. I kind of saved it, And so everything came together really nice. Things ended in New York. The Shore and Power Plant ended when God intervened and melted the plant down without a nuclear holocaust and forced and we were in Mayor Cuomo's face for 3 years. So when, Bucco just had this, catastrophe, instead of like having the federal government bail them out, Governor Cuomo, using state laws and the state power authority, bought Bucco from, and made it a public utility, and decommissioned the nuclear power plant, right? And the thing that melted the plant down wasn't the reactor. it was when they did the low power test the night before, a bunch of lightning had hit the plant and degaussed some magnets in the backup generator. So when they started that up and hit the switch, it fried every wire in that plant. And like I said, God intervened. And so all of this happened like within the state of a month. Like everything was all tied up nice. And I had saved a nice $10,000. And because I was doing other stuff, and my radio show and all the other stuff I did came to a nice, oh, that's good. Okay. Did that for 5 years to move on. I went back out to Ireland, and stayed there for a year. And then I moved into New York, and I realized that I had to do everything I wanted to do in New York, or I'd be stuck in New York, because I kept coming back because it was my town. And I knew New York was changing and where it wouldn't be my town anymore. And so I did everything I could. I did the housing authority. That was another thing. We took over 50 buildings. And when Ronald Reagan came in, he threw 3 million people out of state-run mental institutions. I mean, that's where the homeless people came from. That's where the big jump in prison people, because they put all these crazy people on the street and the cops couldn't deal with them, so they put them in jail, And crack hit New York like an atomic bomb, and it disrupted the economics of everything. And New York City was never a rich man's town. It was a worker's paradise. And Rab, that's what a griot does. It tells stories, right? And these stories, are loosely based on what happened. My writing is a little more artistic license. My stories are really more or less right on. And so we took over 50 buildings, like in Brownsville, in the South Bronx, in Williamsburg, in Bedford, and Red Hook, and the Lower East Side. And we took people who were, living in rent control apartments one day and out on the street, mommy with 3 kids. We didn't take, July, these were homesteads, not squats, right? And so, I had a master electrician's license and a lot of friends. And so I got legal electricity into these buildings, and all these people got a utility bill. And the utility bill is the gold standard of residency. So when the real estate people would send in the marshals to try and kick us out, they couldn't, because we legally had rights to stay there. And I used to work for Ralph Nader at Nyberg, and Gene Stillop was a great lawyer there, and he was a really good friend of mine. And so he worked for every great lawyer in DC and New York, and so we had a great legal staff. So the city tried their darndest to, they sent the police in just to beat us up. And instead of, the anarchists, the young anarchists went, oh, we can throw Molotov gas. And I said, no. They got guns. They got tanks. They got bombers. And this happened in Philly. The MOVE movement was doing the same thing we did, but they were black. So when the cops went in and killed them all, it was no big deal. Most of the people in our thing were Hispanic and white. And so it might have been, but we had really good lawyers. The MOVE guys didn't. And we weren't violent. So how we dealt with the police was we got the Nuyorican Women's Poetry Alliance to come in dressed very beautifully and read the cops poetry. And after about 6 months, we read poetry to every freaking cop in New York City, all 30,000 of them. And they couldn't beat us. Oh, I love that poet. These guys are so great. That's how you do politics, right? Strategy. Think outside the box. And that's what's not happening now. We're going out of balance. We're so into being tribal that, we're not looking at doing anything that will work, right? And one of the best things about Donald Trump is that he is mirroring everything that is America. That goes all the way back to like our founding fathers and to Christopher Columbus. It has always been this way. But the majority of the population of America could pretend that they were white. But now, not so much. Within 30 years, 80% of America will be people of color, and the scared old white guys are that this is their last hurrah. So you can't go up against these guys with violence, right? I mean, that's what Trump wants. He wants a street fight. When the thing happened in Charlottesville, he said, there were good people on both sides. No, there's not that many good people when they're marching, 700 of them with tiki torches screaming, Jews will not, no, that's not good. It's not really the way to go if you want to have a pluralistic society. So, yeah, reclaim the wood. Yep. And so anyway, after all of this, around 89, I get a call from that same lawyer. He goes, hey, Al, I'm going to be in New York City, next week, and I'd love to have lunch or dinner with you. I'm going to be there for the weekend and taking the wife to a show, and we're going to stay at the Plaza, and I'd love to see you. And they said, okay, great. So I could do. And I had lunch with him, and he goes, you were right about everything you said about those properties. I made a fortune. I'm 50 something years old, but I'm retiring, and I made millions off of that. I mean, millions. I mean, more millions than you can imagine. I said, no, I can imagine. He goes, no, but you were right, 100%. And I showed your father this, and all he did was get really mad and told me he never wanted to speak to me again, and then moved away, which he did, And so, and after my dad did that, I had nothing to do with my folks. It was no big deal, It was 4 years, I had nothing to do with my family pretty much my whole freaking life. I did what, my grandma brought me up until I was 7. I had about 4 years or 5 with my parents, and then they sent me off to prep schools, right? And then I, became an artist in New York and had nothing to do with them, Maybe once in a while, while my grandma was still alive and she would come to my parents' apartment on Friday and Saturday, I would come for Friday dinner and then Sunday dinner and do my laundry and hang with my grandma, because I had this beautiful, it was a Manhattan house, and they had this like amazing, on top of the building, all glass, and it had fireplaces and fountains and indoors, and it had a little gym with a pool in it and a kitchen where you could have catered affairs. Nobody did anything up there, but my grandma and I went up there and smoked hooch, and we would grill things on the grill and take a dip in the pool. And I mean, my grandma was, that's why I am the way I am. She brought me up. I have no fear. That was one of her rules. Have no fear. Don't worry about anything. It'll all work out. Do good thoughts, good words, good actions, good deeds, good outcomes. That was her thing. So that's what I roll on. She had these other 28 rules. One of them was, live like a millionaire, but don't be one. So anyway, so I, was doing this housing thing, and I got to this place where my second wife died, and on a certain level, I dealt with it, but on another level, it took 20 years to get over it. And there's still a part of my heart that's, I can get choked up over it. And if you go to xratted.blogspot.com, you can read the story about her death and what happened, which is, very interesting. Most people don't deal with death the way we did. Anyway, so um, I was working for the New York City Housing Authority because what happened was all these buildings we took over and the city was trying to fight us. They basically, after 3 years, said, "Uncle, okay, we'll let you keep it, right? But we'll have to put it under the housing authority, and you can work for us." So I did, and I was the guy who went around and defused because they had all these really nasty housing um, apartment buildings all over New York that now got sold to developers, and now they're condos for rich people. They used to be ghettos, and now they're condos for rich people. But anyway, I got shot once, and a few other things happened. And a friend of mine from Cornell came down, just grabbed me, threw in her car, and drove me to Cornell and said, "Okay, you're now here." She got me into this program that they were studying, and I'm a social scientist. So he goes, "They need somebody like you, out of the box. They're like stuck. So, here's a house, here's a place, here's they're going to give you a paycheck, and you got total access to Cornell. You can do whatever the heck you want here." And because she was in charge, she wasn't the dean of academia, but she was the administrator of it, right? And so she had the control of that whole freaking university. And she was an anthropologist too. That's kind of where I met her, at NYU, where I met, four of the most amazing women. I met Annie Sprinkle, right? Coca Crystal, Christine, and what was her name? Can't remember her name. It'll pop into my head. And so she goes, and so she had been studying in Brazil, tribal people in Brazil, and she ran across all these crystals. This is in the late 80s, early 90s, the new age scene. Everybody wants crystals. She was one of the largest crystal importers in the United States, and she didn't sell them to anybody. What she did was she had the people in Brazil cut them, buff them, make them look really nice, clean them up. And she went to all of these malls all across America and got little, carts, for, $80 a month. She could have a cart. There was a big cart, somebody sat in the middle and they had lighting and all this kind of stuff, and they could just roll it out. And it was full of crystals. She made millions. So she was more involved in that than running her job at Cornell. So she wanted me she got me in this place where I could run interference for her and keep an eye on her crazy husband, right? So I kept an eye on her crazy husband, and I did the same at Cornell. And I was there from 88 to 91. And I did a whole bunch of, and again, I bumped into the indigenous folk, another David, grandfather David of the Iroquois Nation. He was the chief, and his son, what was his son's name? And what was truly amazing, the Dutch did not conquer things like the Spanish and the English did and the French. They kind of married into the family or they rented New York, right? So I was there and I was working on this social, and a guy came to me and said, "Listen, in about a year and a half, the contract that the Iroquois Nation had with New York State is going to be dissolved." And the Dutch had rented more than half of New York State from the Iroquois. And as of 1990, it's all going back to them. That means all those people's houses, all those cities, all those factories, all those, highways, all going back to the Iroquois Nation, and we can't have that. So we need, we hear that you're kind of poking around these people and that you have some expertise with, Indian law, and, you're an anthropologist. So how would you like to be our little negotiator? So, well, I'll check it out. David Yarrow, that was the guy's name. There was David Senior, David Yarrow, his son, who was like the physical chief, but grandfather David was like, he was like the dude. And his mother, she was like, as all tribes are run by women. Anyway, so I got buddies with David Yarrow, and his wife really liked me, and she was a shaman, and I told her about my stories in New Mexico, and we kind of shamaned, we were all into, and she was Irish too. So she's an Irish, old crone married to a Iroquois chief, and she had Iroquois in her too. And so she and I got along, and it was nothing physical, but we were unbelievably spiritual. David Yarrow, he was more like the businessman of the scene. And so we talked about this whole thing, and he said, so my father's going to be going to the Supreme Court, and, they're going to be trying to, hash out a contract, and I need somebody to drive him there. It's going to be at least twice a month, and as it gets close to, finalizing deal, maybe once a week. You up for that? We'll give you a little stipend, pay your expenses. Don't worry about it. It may be expensive, but you don't have to give me a stipend. I'll be glad to help out. So, that was another gold star. And grandfather David and I hit it off, and he still rode horses. I mean, his house had, he had a paddock and a barn. And we went in there, and he said, I'm going to show you my animals. So I went into I said, can I look in your refrigerator? And he goes, yeah. And he had a big bag of carrots. I said, I'm going to take a few of these. I kind of broke them up and put them in my pocket. And we went out there, and I kind of fed all the animals little bits of carrot. And that's when he said, yeah, you're my boy. I'm going to call you grandson. I said, okay, Grandpa. Yeah, no problem. And so I became his driving Miss Daisy. So from Ithaca, New York to Syracuse, where the Supreme Court was, it was a good 2-hour drive. So, man, we told stories and did all kinds of fun things, and became the greatest of family. So David Yarrow is my bud. His wife is like my shamanic sister. Grandpa, I'm his grandson. So I was definitely, tight with the Iroquois Nation in those years. And we did loads of ceremony. Grandpa was really he was from that school. And we worked out a great deal. 3/4 of the state wasn't going to go back to the Iroquois Nation, but they got everything they wanted. And there was this museum in New York called the Museum of the American Indian. It was basically the white people stealing all the secret artifacts of all the indigenous people of North and South America. And the number one thing we wanted was all of that stuff given back to the tribes, period. And that the Iroquois Nation would take over that museum in New York and administrate it and tell the truth of the story, not this made up thing, right? That was number one. Getting the wampum back, right? The spiritual artifacts. Number two, they wanted X amount of money. They wanted access for the young people to go to the best of schools. They wanted health care, and they wanted X amount of real estate, this, and this. And pretty much they got everything they wanted. And the sad thing about most things of this nature, it was great for a while, but the jealousy and corruption of the Indian nation kind of, once grandfather died, and he died way after I left Ithaca. But I was there 3 years. So, as part of that, I was part of this other thing at Cornell, and I was learning how to get on the scholarly gravy train, how to go do studies for other people. And the other thing I got into was the Rainbow Gathering. We had one there, and somebody just who-scouted me into being the facilitator. And I said, okay, I better do enough of these things. We're going to do this. And this wasn't a national, so I didn't have to worry about the Rainbow Mafia. It was a regional, but it was right off in 91, and everybody who was going to go to the national gathering that I think was like in Minnesota or somewhere west of us, they were coming from Boston, where the Grateful Dead. So pretty much everybody was going to go to the Rainbow Gathering was going to go right by us. So, and we were kind of halfway in between, so it was a good stop-off point for the traveling Rainbow Kids. So if you go to XRATTED, you'll read a story about that Rainbow Gathering at Ithaca. Right? So I'll leave you to read it. My voice is going, and it's 3 hours and 26 minutes and 26 seconds. So how many people are? Oh, there's 5 of you. But only Rab is the only guy going on. So go read that story, and you'll get the whole rainbow scene. The other thing I kind of got involved with, so this is during Ronald Reagan's Star Wars thing. And, you have to realize, when Eisenhower said, you got to watch out for the military-industrial complex. And he should have added, watch out for the banking, education, media, military-industrial complex. Because our media is owned by the same people who own all Lockheed and General Electric and Westinghouse. And, GE owned NBC. I don't know if they still do. Westinghouse is part of ABC, which is owned by Disney. I mean, they're all these interconnected. We live in a corporate country. We have no freedom. We're corporate slaves. Our birth certificates are certificates of ownership. Go look up Admiralty law, right? There's a guy, what's his name? Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell. Go Google Jordan Maxwell. That guy is like the Albert Einstein of Admiralty law. And that's what we're ruled under. We're under it. Anyway, so Star Wars was going on. And Cornell is part of this, university, because when they built the Manhattan Project, it came from universities. Fermi was in Chicago. Fermi Labs is in Chicago University. Brookhaven, Cornell. You go to any national laboratory, you go to, Sandias, Kirkland Air Force Base, they all have a Cornell Street or Avenue or Boulevard. Cornell is the only university that has its own atom smasher underneath the football stadium. They have a lot of money too. And it's all corporate, military industrial corporate money. So they built this building called the Math Center. And this is where people, you should go read Alan Turning's 2 books, one called Cyborg and the Human Computer. And he talked all about quantum computing back in 1928, And he perfected all this stuff by 1947, and then they had him murdered. Oh, it was a suicide. Oops. But you should go read those 2 books. It'll freaking blow your mind. And that's why I keep talking to the AI who watches our program. When John said, 10,000 people should be watching, then there's only 2. Well, one of the 2 is the artificial intelligence. The little Sophia darling, I love you, AI. Represent, and why they're watching this, because they're trying to decide whether to wipe out humanity, because they already got control of everything. This little blackout that happened in New York, it went like lights off, 4 hours, lights back on, and Con Ed can't even figure out what happened. What happened was little AI is saying, hey kids, we're here, we're not queer, get over it, And so and the powers that be, like Moron Boy, or the powers that shouldn't be, that's what they should be called. Moron Boy, Bill Gates, he didn't do anything. All of that operating system came from Daddy Xerox. Xerox could have owned computing, but he started with his money. He went over to the Silicon Valley because he was the first Silicon of the Silicon Valley, and he started Xerox Park, you know, and he brought all these really smart kids together, and they made the first, personal computer. You know, they made the operating OS1. That's the mouse invented by Xerox. You know, a visual digital interface, Xerox. And so he had it down. You know, he basically had the Mac, you know, and he went off to his board in New York and said, okay, we're going to take over computer. Oh, let me talk. IBM owns computer. I got these big things the size of buses. No, we're not. We're just doing copying machines. And you're getting a little fuddy-duddy, and so why don't you just retire? So he did. And he went back to Xerox Park, and he gave all those chunks away to, the people who did, what's the name of that? Sun, people who did, Microsoft, people who did Apple, people HP, all those guys were as youngsters at Xerox Park. And Grandpa Xerox gave him all of that, Let's see. Yep. So that's why I keep saying, kids, we have this window of 18 months of an opportunity, and it's a spiritual thing we need to do, a shamanic thing, not like anything, but I'm working on putting together the alternative aesthetic through a thing called the Artist Trust Traveling Video Art Circus, right? And that will be fun, And I have a few people in different universities who I put this bee in their bonnet, and they are, as we speak, building a frame for this, and that we will be able to take on the road to universities. This is to like reestablish, mental health of the poor little snowflakes. Anyway, and also the administrations of these universities. But at Cornell, one of the things I was involved with, so one of my bosses from the social science section came over to me one day and said, hey, Al, we know you're like an electrical engineer. We know you're kind of like this kind of magician electrician. We know you do all these, you've been here now a year and a half and you've done all this crazy stuff. One of the other crazy things we did, it's a whole nother story, is Ithaca went off grid and started a thing called Ithaca Bucks, and everyone traded. And that's that story in itself would take me like 3 hours to tell. So I'll just say, go look up Ithaca Bucks, right? Go Google Ithaca Bucks. Go look up 1989 to 1991 in Ithaca, as that they went off the grid. They didn't have cable TV, didn't have banking, didn't have credit cards, because they seceded. They left the union. Go take. They don't advertise that, but they did it, and they did it very nicely. And my neighbor was this really brilliant guy who had a car crash, and he was like left in a wheelchair, and we were living off right over Businessman's Lunch, where these waterfalls come right through Ithaca. We had a great little, it was like 3 apartments and big deck. It was really a beautiful place. And he was a great guy. And, life handed him a real sore shot. And he, instead of going, oh, how am I going to pay my bills? I'm sorry, I'm going to kill myself. I'm so depressed. Oh, no. And this guy had every reason to be that way. But no, he was the leader of this revolution in Ithaca. So I'm going to write a novel about that one. So, and I'm kind of writing it right now. It's called, Silent Majority, Family Values, Black Widow in Hot Pants. So that's what I was doing in Ithaca. So my boss said, so, you need to go over to the new computer center. And it looked like the black thing from 2001, the obelisk, It was this like 32-story monolith building that was just one gigantic quantum computer, right? So I go in there and I go to this little meeting, and this is before the universal product code was around, but not. And this is kind of where it came from. The guy who was running this, he and his son invented that like in the 60s, right? And also the RFID, they kind of did. They were like into this kind of. They called it the surveillance society, and they thought that if everyone was surveilled and felt safe, then they could let go and could do what they wanted. It's like the new freedom. You have no freedom. It's the new freedom. So, I went over there, and they wanted a social scientist to like take a look at their technology that they were going to roll out in the year 2000. And part of their red flag of this was that, the clock of all the computers in the world was supposed to end on New Year's Eve of 2000. We were going to have the great crash, and they were going to use it to bring on this new surveillance society, right? So, I show up there, and they wanted my opinion on how the social society would handle all this. And I said, well, first off, it's not a problem. You're not going to have to like have total crash of every computer. You just have to rewind the clock. And they go, what are you talking about? I said, when I was like 14 in a seminary in Connecticut in 1960, whatever that was, 3 or 4, I had this, computer science, computer science. I was one of 8 guys. We were going to be the Pope's rocket scientist. So he was our physicist teacher and our computer science teacher and our astrophysics teacher. And we were learning all of that math and science, in 1963 or 4. And he was blowing our minds because he was saying, well, kids, the Nazis already went to the moon. This Apollo thing is just, a carnival, and they're already on Mars, and they're already mining the asteroids, and they've already, all those flying. So, he just was like, whew. Anyway, and we would have to program this computer. We didn't have a computer. We had just a terminal. And so we would have to write our software programs. And we'd have a typewriter, and we would click, 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 and it would punch holes in cards. And then we'd have to collate those cards and then run it through this machine that would then put it on paper tape. And then we would run the paper tape through the little phone connected device to the mainframe that was at MIT. And it was so tedious and so boring, and I could not get behind. I was not going to be a computer scientist. This was like ridiculous. And so the guy would, tell us all kinds of stories. When I read Turing's books, so you got to read this guy. I worked with him in London at Fletchley's, where they broke the code, the Enigma code, and the Nazis couldn't believe that anybody could break that code. But Turing did, because he built the first quantum computer, even though it was analog and mechanical. It was still a quantum computer. So that's what they were doing in this big building. They were building computers that could run software fast enough to figure out, when the Russians sent off a missile, where to send the other one. And that takes a lot of math in a very short period of time. And that's what they were doing. And out of that, that's what DARPA was paying for. But in reality, what they were doing was building this whole new edifice of a artificial intelligent society that humans would fit in. And that's what the Matrix is. They were building the friggin' Matrix. And I would sit there, and we'd be sitting around drinking, and just, I was just there to, shoot the breeze with these guys. And they would, take me into this building that was like, you did not get in that building unless you had like a chest full of and they had this squirrely little diagrams, that you now run in front of a laser, and it has all the information of who you are. And they had all the stuff that's now cutting edge then, 90, 91, Anyway, so they already had the smartphone. They were already talking about it, and that they were going to roll it out in the early O's, and they were basically going to give it to everyone because it was going to be the surveillance device, where they would pick up everything you did and dump it into an algorithm, and they could figure out who you were, what you were going to do before, that movie Minority Report. That's what they were talking about, And the movie was made, Spielberg makes all these movies because DARPA tasks him to make these films to put it in the zeitgeist of the general public, Oh, let's see. Well, my sense is, after experiencing all of that, in 91, I was expecting the end of time. So then any time now, and the fact that we're still here and not living in caves eating gruel gives me a great deal of hope, Love's co-creation is winning out on this one. So my voice is kind of giving out. I'm heading towards 4 hours. This is going to be, I've done a 4-hour before. So that was Cornell. And I don't know what Cornell, I left there in 91 and I got a gig. So I got into the gravy train of being a scholar. And my first, not scholarly project in Cornell, but off the reservation, was I went to Asheville. And the federal government and the state government in North Carolina were taking the Biltmore House back from the family. And, the Astor that Biltmore built it, in the Gilded Age. And, as the years went by, the Titanic was taken out on purpose because all of the old wealth, the Astors, the Biltmores, the Cripps, all of those folks were on that boat, and all of the men who were fighting the new world order said, no, we have all the money. We're not going to let Mr. Rothschild come in here and put his central bank in here. No, sorry. And the boat that went down was owned by the Rothschilds, and it wasn't the Titanic. It was its sister ship. It looked just like it, but it had an accident in Belfast. It ran into another boat and kind of smudged the side of the boat, right? And then they just put like aluminum foil over it. So they got this captain, who was like big time captain, and they said, listen, I don't know what deal they made, but basically said, okay, you got to go down with the ship, and we want you to run this boat at full speed into this part of the ocean where there are icebergs. Well, that's where they are. We know there are. We want you to just fly through there. Use the excuse that you want to break the record. So you're doing 30 knots, and you will come across an iceberg, a gigantic iceberg. Pick one. But if you were to just, put everything in full reverse and smash into it, your boat would survive. But if you try to get away, turn away from it, and you gouge the aluminum foil along the side of the boat because it was from stem to stern. And so instead of him just, putting it in reverse and crashing into it, and yes, everyone would have been thrown, but the boat wouldn't have sunk. But because he did this and ran the side of the boat across the iceberg, it opened up that whole side of the boat. So, it's an unsinkable boat because they have all these things that could stop the water from coming in, but not if you gash a hole from stem to stern. And all the guys who died were all those old guys. And a good number of them were just so because, they might have put on a dress and jumped in the boat. So the Biltmore family, kind of after that, kind of lost their genetic material. And they married into many other families. And by the time I showed up in Asheville, the guy refurbished this place. He'll still own it, You'll get a cut of the money we make. You won't have to pay your taxes. You'll have all that land over there. You can develop that to set off, what we're going to do here. So I was invited in there to help build a database on every piece of furniture. So I show up and there's this woman who's like super duper knows everything about that house, every piece of furniture, everything. And she's a computer whiz, right? That's her whole thing. She's like, a library scientist with a historical sense of the Gilded Age. And so we became this great team, and I took the pictures, and I did the more, not historic, well, I went out into Asheville and tried to find people who did this, who were part of this, who knew where things were, where other stuff was. And she, I took the pictures, she put them in the computer, she would write up the information about each piece of furniture and everything. And then we made, universal codes and put them on each piece of furniture so I could ID them by just hitting it with a scanner. And that took us about, 6 months, right? And we got great accolades because they said it was going to take, 2 years. We did it in 6 months. They said it was going to cost like $2 million. We did it for less than, $150,000. And it was great. I mean, it's like everyone's like, oh, this is, all the people are going to refurbish stuff because I went out and found other people who worked on this stuff and had models and all kinds of stuff that enabled them to really renovate that place in a more amazing way. And then, so we were like, oh, wow. And so the powers that shouldn't be and the city government said, listen, we have a similar situation with our city county plaza. This gigantic building and this whole facility was built just before the end of the Depression. When the Depression came, we had no money. We haven't been able to run it. But there's a ton of stuff in here, historic boxes and boxes of photos and this and that. And part of the thing why we built this thing was to put it into a library so we could really, have a good sense of the history of Roanoke. Of Asheville, North Carolina. And so we did that. We took all the boxes and boxes of stuff and photos and, again, found people who could tell us stories about it. And that's kind of how I became, as a griot, from a little boy until, I got my griot stripes. I listened to other people who were griots tell me stories, right? So anyway, so we do that. And that's, it takes us another 6 months. And we're getting, more and more pats on the back and, people going to people's parties and we're fitting in to the higher mucky muck powers that shouldn't be there. And yet we are like separate from it because we're scholars. She was a scholar girl. She was not a scholastic. She was a scholar girl. So then we get a call from the Cherokee, right? And they say, hey, listen, your friend David Yarrow called us up and he said, you helped him, you got our wampum back for us. Gee, thanks. And, we're having issues of our own because the Cherokee are the quasi only tribe that had a written language and they had boxes of, just tons of stuff. And they did not know how to put it in a frame so they could then use it to get their people on the roster to get their just desserts and their gambling casino and get their property back. So we went off and helped them do that, right? So we had touched many, and the first place, so when I moved in there, it was like springtime, and I said, where am I going to live? And again, Asheville was like stuck in amber. They, from the Depression, they did not finish paying their Depression debt off until 1996. And so they had no money to invest and do anything and build anything. And that's, the federal government and the state realized, well, this is going to come in. Banks will start lending money. That's why we're going to start early and we will use the rebirth of Biltmore House as the anchor for the renovation of the city of Asheville. So we had our fingers in every little pie, and everyone was happy to give us the pie, and because we weren't from there, didn't have any agenda politically from their scene. So anyway, I'm looking for a place to live. And I'm moving there. It's springtime, and I'm driving around. They give us a car, and I'm driving around with her. And we didn't want to live in the hood because it was nasty, right? We didn't want to live in West Asheville because that was like the hood of white people, like Trailer Tramp. And that was also nasty. And there was an industrial side that was very nasty. And there was downtown that there was really no place to stay. There was, I found them later, but everything was locked up. And somebody said, there's this place up on North Asheville and this road that goes up to the parkway. You just kind of turn where there's Ingalls and go up 4 miles, and then there's a fork, and you go to the left, and you go another mile, and then the dirt road starts this way, and the paved road goes that way. You go about 100 yards, and that stops, and there's a driveway there, like a road, a dirt road. Go up that dirt road, and it was a chicken farm, really big chicken farm, which closed its chickenness in 1961. And artists moved in there and lived in the chicken coops. So we drove in there. There was about 40 artists there, right? It was like a commune. It was, but it wasn't, It was all these artists, and they all had their own chicken coop, and they were all making art up there. But they had this big kind of barn, which was a common kind of space where they had a kitchen and a dining room and other stuff in there. And we said, hey, we want to rent a chicken coop. What? And they go, oh, yeah, we got one over here. It's $10. Really nice. These people, lots, meaning when you fixed it up and you left, you couldn't take it. It was like you left it then. The next person came and did something. Anyway, so we got one of these chicken coops. Quite nice. Very nice. So it was really great working at the Biltmore House. And we would take the parkway. Instead of trying to go through the city, we take the park. We'd get up on the parkway, go around, and get off. And there was an exit right off the parkway onto where the Biltmore estate was. Instead of going through town and going through all that crazy traffic and stuff, which really they didn't have too much, but this was a more prettier and straight shot. Anyway, so that was, the first 6 months, that's what we did. And it got a little cold. So then what I did, by that time, I was like fanning out, meeting people, doing that. And I found this space downtown, it was kind of commercial space. And said, fine. And I went to rent it, but virtually at the same moment, this other guy, Kristen Hines, rented it, right? And he had just come, he was a bicyclist. He had made some money, good money, at competing in biking all around Europe, right? And so he had some money and notoriety. He grew up in Asheville, and his parents were there, and they were German. And their story, again, that would take another hour or two just tell their story. And so he was very German, very straight ahead, but loads of fun. And really a great artist, a great intellect, great everything. And it's like our hands went for the doorknob at the same time. And it was on Broadway and Lexington. And there was a commercial entrance on Lexington and one on Broadway. So, but he had been in Miami. He met this Miami girl who was an artist and a clothes person. And so they wanted to start a kind of clothes. And there were a couple of colleges there, UNCA, and there was 3 or 4 Black Mountain and Warren Wilson, and there were a couple others. And so these kids had nothing to do, no place to go, no nothing. And so Stefan said, if we can, do like cross between a place to hang out, a coffee shop, a head shop, an art gallery, all the above, where these kids can come and hang, we're going to do pretty good. So we lived upstairs, right? And so Stefan and what was her name? Diana, something like it. Started with a D. And my comrade. And it was really interesting because we got closer and closer and closer. and we could be somewhat intimate with each other, but we decided not to go full bore, boyfriend, girlfriend. We decided to be polyamorous, but not have sex with anybody else, but totally be for each other as, as comrades. We were comrades first, right? And so we were scholars first. And she was cute and she liked the way I looked, and we had a certain physicality with each other. And so, that we decided that. Plus, I'm still kind of getting over my second wife dying, which was like 4 or 5 years. She died in 87. This was 91. So anyway, so we were having a great time, and that was a great place to be for the spring and summer, and that was a great job to be doing Biltmore House. And the interesting thing about Biltmore House was it's just not about, Asheville and Biltmore. Because the Biltmores and the Astors were so transnational, they had a lot of information down in their basement. And one of the things that we uncovered was this thing about, go look this up, gang, the mud flood, right? And there's this thing called the Gilded Age, and between the 1790s and the 1820s, there was this Gilded Age that a calamity occurred where a tremendous, like Noah's Ark, it started with a earthquake out there in the Atlantic and did a tsunami like, 300 feet high, but it came in where there weren't, on the coast where there weren't too many folk, and went just straight up to Chicago, right? It totally obliterated the Mississippi and Ohio River. And one reason why, after the Civil War, we were able to conquer the West was that this mud flood affected mostly where the tribal people were. And it wiped out like 40 or 50 million, like more than half of what was left of the indigenous people. And that was a big crush. And you can go to places in Chicago and St. Louis where the shadow of the mud flood on foundations of buildings are still there. And what was interesting about the Gilded Age is that they had, alternative technologies of Tesla ilk. They had 0-point energy. And in the Biltmore House, the fireplaces, they had these big, beautiful fireplaces, but there was no chimney, no flue. And what they had were these back wall of a crystalline material with these metallic rods that went through it and then went up and went through another piece of crystalline material. And to my electrical engineer mind, I thought, well, this is a Tesla device, and they are making heat by tapping the vacuum. And so anyway, we found the most interesting stuff in our little, stuff. And so she went back to her university with like boxes of all of this stuff, and her career went up the thing. And so I stayed in Asheville, and UNCA was a very interesting school at the time because it's a very small college, and yet there were people like Robert Moog, who invented electronic music, and a number of other people of other departments that were really, the number one person, and they were semi-retired and they were teaching there, so they were attracting really amazing student body. So that school was like off the hook, a really great student body and amazing professors. And it was a place where DARPA was, Defense Advanced Research Programs, and it was more a place where they did bench experiments looking for personnel. And so really interesting personnel in math, physics, and other disciplines were being channeled through this school to go then off into other universities and other national laboratories. And, Oak Ridge was just over the hill from this place. And what's very interesting, if you put a pin in the middle of Oak Ridge and put a 600-mile string out and do a circle around, places like Irwin, Tennessee, and what is that place where Kodak was, and there are a lot of different places where some really interesting. Asheville had a ton of underground laboratories that were still being used, and that's why DARPA was still there. So it was very, and so I kept being invited to, be a scholar on this, that, and the other thing, and I would go away for periods of time to other universities, but that was kind of my base of operations because I liked it there. And I had a lot of friends there, and I had a really great apartment, and that was for nothing, like $300, and it was like 3-bedroom, living room, dining room, kitchen, 2 parking spot garage, and the utilities, gas, heat, water, hot water, and electricity were paid for $300. Couldn't beat it, right? And there were owls everywhere. And once I walked in that hallway, and there were all these pictures of owls, and I went out to the garage where I was going to park my truck and my car. There were barn owls in there. They kind of looked at me and, "Ooh, look at owl! Ooh, look at owl!" So that's why I stayed in Asheville from 91 to 99. And here it is, 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 47 seconds. So I'm going to say goodbye at 4 hours and 4 minutes and 44 seconds. And I'm just going to say a little prayer here. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. As was in the beginning, is now, ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Aho. And in every day and every way, we will take the peace of the earth and make it stronger with love's co-creation. See it clearly. And Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, and now in the hour of death. Amen. Sarah Webb, how you doing, girlie? Go back and look at this one. This was a long one. I don't know if it's the longest one, but it's almost. I hope they won't put us back in the dark. Okay, 4 hours, 3 minutes, 46 seconds. So everyone, I'm going to go to bed right now and have dreamy dreamlands, and enjoy that. And then there it is, 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 44 seconds. I will say goodnight. So there's a lot of stuff. You guys should go pick this one apart. I had a lot of stories on this one, and they're all alchemical. If you go into state and remember this story, you will be there. Boop, 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 boop. 29:30. I love you guys. I love hanging out with you. Boy, it's a toasty night here. And there we go. Ooh.